Yo. I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like I'm not in city for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. Alright. Yo. What's up? Hold up. We're gonna get into it real quick. Let me get my setup right. Just having some fun this morning. I was studying, like, man, you should be streaming. So I'm gonna get that stream popping. Let's listen to some of the lyrics of Heart. Moronic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netcher, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Medu was a scary man. And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy.
So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers, dead period. Melodic script in my cartoons.
Shout out to the people rolling in the building early morning. You know, I like to start off with a few videos and stuff while we getting it live. I ain't gonna play a few. I'm just gonna play the one I always play, and then we could get it in. All right.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton Glidden and still deployed today by white supremacists cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubia and Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, I mean, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a black culture. Modern Egyptians are not black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course, I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, you see, our perspective in America on what black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be black, that they were a range of colors that would constitute black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black, as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black, with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and them. Really east to the Nile Valley, east and north.
East and north.
Yeah,
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes, yeah, and we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
When it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors that were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. And there are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, of marriage between people from different geographical or cultural or ethnic roots. And I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians, a very high local position, they built their wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not, when black people or people from Nubia, they became far out, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics, and so on. It was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused, and then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was he came in the room and he said, ancient Egypt is African. I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? And so I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, are we still stuck, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there, and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this, and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette terre que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not people that were started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead black people, an authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.
Okay. What is up? Let me see. See if I can holler at the people real quick. What's up? What's going on? Thanks for tapping in. I see Indigenous African Christoph, that good guy, Luke Gal, Jeet. Hope I said that right. Jay Commodore, thanks for ordering that new vinyl. Yeah, I got the brand new vinyl out right now. Make sure y'all check that out. I'll show y'all something about that later. It's that Stardust. Let me see. Oh, okay. I was just reading the comment. I didn't know what you meant by the title said morning, but what's up? I mean, RTP. Thanks for tapping in. Medu. So I just was up doing my own morning studies. And every time I do that, I'm like, why ain't you streaming? So I'm going to try to just go over some simple stuff and hopefully we can learn something. I'll try to make it very simple, right? And I'm going to share a source for anyone who wants user-friendly sources. This is a website called Bibilek, right? And we'll be referring to what they say today. And it'll be useful for you in the future, possibly. if you want to learn the glyphs. So I often refer to that new work by Daniel Selden, where his research is showing how it is qualified to translate ancient Egyptian into the grammar of what we know as AAVE. That's not particularly any of the focus of what I'm talking about. We'll talk about a few word classes and some of the endings that we're familiar with, but some of the things we don't know about these endings to help us understand a few things. I could write this different. I could just go, oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I don't know what that did. I didn't know I could do that. And just put a simple D1 under it. This is just a simple noun for house. It's just a simple noun for house. The word would be per. And it is sometimes used, house, yeah. Like a house. It's possibly an overhead view, of some type of quarters with the entrance. The website I just shared, let me see. I'm going to go to a simple part of this so we could just go over this. And then it might get a little bit more complicated as we go on, but obviously you got to start at the simple stuff so that we can grasp it. So we're going to talk about nouns. Oh, I'm sorry. So here we go. So we're going to talk about the gender of nouns. It says Egyptians now distinguish two genders, masculine and feminine. And I'm going to just use this as a template, but I'm not going to, I shared the link so you can do the whole lesson, but I'm just using this as a template for what we're discussing and what we want to teach. So if you see me, skip over certain things or just skip to different sections, it's so that really my focus is understanding some of these suffixed endings on words. We normally know about the suffixed T, and I'll show it, which we call the feminine T. And in this instance, if you had the same word, per, which we know means a house, and then it was spelled out, and it had a T on the end, some could confuse that for a feminine T. We talk about the instances where that could be considered a feminine T, but this also probably would have some legs next to it. But this is no longer your noun. So if you think about when we say pert, hey, root, this is that first word we're saying, right? So it's peret, or you see a PRT or PRRT, but it's only meant to be PRT, peret. Now notice when we talk about the Book of the Dead, we say coming forth by day. We don't say house by day. So what happened in that instance? What was once a noun ain't used as a noun, is a different word close to the word, and we'll learn how we identify these things. And this don't necessarily have to even have a T. We can see it as a third week, but I don't want to start talking ahead of the teaching. So this is the glyph right here, as you see it as per. It says substantive, masculine nouns are either substantive or derivative nouns. It says substantive nouns are words typically used to refer to people, objects, living organisms, and the like. So we see the example is a sa for a man, and I can see if I can make this bigger. Sa for a man and per for a house. Derivative nouns are those words derived from verbs We got to remember that. Nouns can be derived from verbs. Derivative nouns are those words derived from verbs, infinitives, participle, and adjectives. Or adjective. So the word they use an example, to follow, right? Now we're going to see this in a different state. This they're not explaining it, but a participle just got made out of to follow by adding this chick, or the W. You see this coil represents the W sound, and it's giving us a follower. To say, which is Jed, we see the the snake with the tail down, which represents the DJ sound, and then another D. Jed is to say, to speak. But notice this in another form where we see another D, and we'll have to talk about this form, another D and a Y at the end, which is rendering Jedi a speaker. Now, how did they render Jedi and get a speaker? I don't know about that second D that seemed to geminate, and we'll talk about it because another D occurred. And they're not talking about a nisba here, but nevertheless, we can see a Y ending is turning speaking into a speaker. To be great, where we see the stork and not the stork, but the sparrow, or over R, giving us where. Waru is like great, a great one, as we see the man behind it. So we got three different examples of derivative nouns are being words derived from verbs, infinitive, participles, and adjectives. But actually, if to be great is an adjective, see? To say, to speak is like a verb. So let's keep going. Feminine nouns are also either substantive or derivative nouns, and they almost always end in T. So this elementary learning that we learned this and not going into further detail, it threw a lot of us off. Even when we see the T in the word kemet, and we know that there's a root, Kim, we sometimes think that that is, okay, they feminized the kemet, and there's instances where that is true, but it comes different, it comes problematic when you're dealing with toponyms and things of the sort. But let's keep going. So they say feminine nouns are also either substantive or derived nouns, and they almost always end in T. Now notice he said horizon and akit. I don't know why he used this example, but if we want to qualify his example, if this is a feminine noun, right? He should have they should have said, it's more to talk about this process. Meaning, is this a naturally feminine noun? Like woman, if you say woman, it's always going to be feminine. But you can even go back to the root of that, which is just an S without the T on it, and it'll mean man. So if there's a root for horizon, which is just ak and not aket, then you can argue, I seen it talk exactly, Shazmu, then you can argue that this is a feminine term, and some could say it's seen as feminine. But if this is in the root, then the teacher of this website should offer that this could possibly be what some, I think it's Allen, it may be J.P. Allen, and others teach, no, it wasn't Allen. I can't remember. It's taught as a false feminine, right? But some things, one would argue some things related to the earth are naturally seen as feminine, but you would show, and then you would find no masculine form of it. But I just wanted to add that in there and we could keep going. So a derivative now to beautify, nefer. Now, beautiful, neferet. But hold on though. See, because the way this is laid out is misleading. So I'm sorry. We just gotta add a few things. He's showing what he's talking about here is feminine nouns are also either substantive or derivative nouns, and they must also always end in T. And he's showing us an example of beautiful in the feminine neferet. But to beautify, I don't know, you know, one would just say nefer means beauty. Because to beautify is a verb, right? And so I mean, it's just teaching us too much at once. It could be a little bit simpler, but I understand. It says some nouns end with T, but they are not feminine. Okay, now he's going to address that, what we tried to address a little bit above. As the T is part of the stem or the construction of the word. So in the word for statue, toot, as in like the name, it's really a word for like image. It could be used for statue. But in the word tarak amen, this is the tut we be saying. When we say King Tut, it's actually coming from this TWT. And when we say tut, we're using E.A. Wallace Budge's system of transliteration because we're changing the W into a U into a U. The W into a U. W, which is a constant, U is a vowel. So if we make this a vowel in between the two T's, we don't have to do nothing else. We got tut. But if this W was a consonant, we would need vowels in here to form the word, which would give us something like T-wet. But we're not going to trip off that right now. We see that this T is not a feminine T in this word. And just like this word tree, ket, and I argue it's similar to the word aket, where this T at the end is not, I mean, they're showing it is not feminine. So that's the first thing that we can note, that we got textual sources letting us know that every word that ends in a T is not necessarily a feminine. In most cases of the feminine noun, as by adding the T to the masculine noun and change the determinative. So basically, they saying you can have a masculine noun, add the T, and change the determinative, and now you got the feminine statement of that noun. So he's starting with the feminine first, with a daughter, as you see, sat, right here, the goose with a T, and then a woman. But if you want to say son, you just take the T off and change the determinative, which will give you sa, a son, daughter or son. And I don't want to confuse that with woman or man, which is also sa and sat, because we see this duck here, which is indicating daughter or son. So he started with goddess, neteret. Now, here we see a NTR glyph, a triliteral right here, but we also see an R following it, and then a T. If these was switched, it would just be the word Netcher spelled out. But we see they only put the phonetic complement, the final phonetic complement on Netcher, and then put a T and feminized it, and then we put the determinative, which you see that snake, and let you know they're talking about a goddess. Right here, we just got simply Netcher with nothing behind it. Is going to be accepted naturally in its masculine form. Netter, divinity, right? So again, with the conversation we're having, I'll do a show where we can find English words that match up better, and we'll try to substitute that. Something like divinity better than God here, because Netter, those words aren't really synonymous. But for an instruction like this, it's a colloquialism that kind of lets you know what they was talking about when they said Netcher. They would pray to the Netcher, ask the Netcher for physical results in reality as they close their eyes and speak to the cosmos. So whatever that was, it was Netcher. So if we go for a sister, we see the same phenomenon. It's simply the word sin for brother with a female determinative and a T. So that's easy enough to understand. Now, if we just wanted to demonstrate that, right? I'm just trying to think of, well, I don't want to do the same words we were just talking about. All right, so now, I don't even need to demonstrate it because I want to teach some more so we can get to some adjectives, and then we'll go over that. So there are three numbers for Egyptian nouns: singular, dual, and plural. Right? Now, it seemed like they'll say singular. Oh, yeah, he said singular, dual, and plural. He did. It says, it is important to note the method of constructing plural in the Egyptian language. The old method was repetition of the ideogram. So the old method, they just repeat. Oh, he's going to show you in the chart, and so I'll talk about it. The old method was by repetition of the ideogram with which the singular was written. Afterwards, plural was by adding 3 strokes or more rarely 3 dots. So let's look at this, the singular brother, right? You see one determinative. But notice on the 2 brothers, which is the dual, you see Sinui, or some will say Sinwe, right? And you see 2 determinatives. That's the old way. Now they'll just write Sinwe and put 1 determinative, and you'll still know that that's 2 brothers, because you see the Y suffix ending on the word sin. Same thing for 2 sisters, you see, and even 2 gods. You see 2 Netcheru. That's kind of like the old way, but it could still happen that way. You're still going to say Netcherui. Well, I mean, yeah, he put that W in there. I'm willing to roll with that, but you could see it without the W too. Now, Sinu, brothers, this is plural. Notice you see 3 strokes. If you can see that, it's 3 strokes behind this man right here. Now, on the sisters, we'll notice we see sin wet, not sinetu, but sin wet. So what we're going to learn, and we'll see it in our examples, is that the number seems to attach closer to the root than the gender. You see what I mean? Because if for brothers you got sinu, if the root for a single brother, let me make this bigger. If the root for a single brother is sin, then in order to say brothers, you're going to say sinu. Well, if you want to say sisters, you're going to say sinut or sinwet. But you're not going to say sinetu. Now, we're going to remember at one point, and we'll get to it, it's not in this category, but at one point, Jonathan Winneman argued that we might find a Kemet U, where he would be arguing that in that instance, and not in the instance of a TU bird or something like that, but he'd be arguing in that instance that we should do the opposite. And we'll see instances where that appears to be different, and then we'll notice the different use cases of the T's and the W's. But so far, this is fairly simple. We can see three Neteru like that, and you're gonna say Neteru, you're saying multiple divinities or whatever. Or you could just see one Neteru with 3 strokes behind it. It's pretty cool. It says no single. So every Egyptology book we look into, all of them have different ways of teaching. They all pretty much get like a 95 on it. And if I'm just injecting something that I learned from another book, I'll try to cite what that source is if I can remember it. But it don't necessarily disqualify the things we're learning here. It's just other ways to that people explain things. So what did we get from that? The notes from this. Singular masculine nouns have no ending or no ending indicating the gender, you should say. Feminine nouns end in a T. Dual nouns masculine end in a WY. Now, the WY, we'll have to talk about that too, because if it's an adjective, it's going to mean how. A WY suffix ending on an adjective will render something different than a WY suffix ending on a noun. So we start to learn that, but I ain't going to complicate nothing. Dual forms of the feminine end with TY. So if it's 2 beautiful women, how would you say that? So you would have to say something different than Nefereti. You probably say Nefereti. Because if you just want to say one beautiful woman, you say Neferet. Or if you just want to stay beautiful in the feminine, I should say, you say Neferet. But if you wanted to say that in the dual, you'll say Nefereti. Right? Yeah. So now the plural now again. So this is better. He showed it the W is going to be before the T. So now what if we had the plural noun? It was just a group of beauty, just plural beauty, and the root was Nefer. And you want to state it in the feminine, and it's a lot. We got to say Nefer, and then you put a W, Nefer-u, or you're going to say Nefer-wet. However, the W should be before the U before the T. So all right, let's continue because it's going to get better, and we'll be able to demonstrate some examples that we'll be able to trip off right now. Now this is really good. Apparent dual. Some words of the Egyptians were written using repetition signs, as if they are duals and ending with we or t, although they are not really duals. Those endings mean belonging to, similar to the Arabic y nisba. Okay. Now you're trying to go in. So he's saying an example, when you see the 2 niyuts, we got nuyuti, it does not mean 2 cities, but it means belonging to a town. Interesting. Akati does not mean 2 horizons, but it means belonging to a horizon. I have not heard any of us talk about what is mentioned here as the apparent dual. And this form of nisbation, or I don't want to say this form of making a nisba is mostly, it would be older, closer to the older kingdom, and I don't know if it would necessarily all the way be Middle Egyptian. But let's continue to the collective plural. And this is also something we're going to trip off. Certain words end with W, right? Mostly abstracts. So let's start again. Certain words end in W, mostly abstracts, are written in plural, though they are not actually plural. So remember when we see the three strokes sometimes and we'd be like, nah, that's not three strokes of plurality, it's three strokes of the collective. So this is what's called the collective plural. So let me give a good example of this. We probably won't be able to see it with the top one. Yes, we can. So we see three symbols for beauty. We'd say Neferu, right? But the word beauty is singular. See, it's a collective term. So if you go down, it's better demonstrated with the word minminet, right? Minminet. You got three strokes. But minminet is actually one thing. It's a herd. Minminet ain't herds. Minminet. So this is a collective plural. See what I'm saying? And it's one thing, but we see the three strokes not to indicate herds, but to indicate a collective. So like here with it, and they're saying right here that it, where we see no W, is still weak. Nevertheless, a lot of the times you'll see that as a determinative behind other collectives like grain. When I say grain, you don't think of one grain. You think of hella grain, like trillions of grains. But you think of it as one thing, grain. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine if I said grain and you thought of one grain of sand. Well, here's another one, mu. And we should think about that too. You know, but that's he's going in with those, and I wouldn't even have threw out mu and stuff, but it's breaking it down. He said not several herds, so no ooh. Yeah, exactly. And you can see that in the transliteration, even though we got the three strokes. So that is what's a collective plural. Now, why does that come into play? Because we see words like kemet with two people and three strokes behind it. Right? And so they're going to say, hold on, then that's talking about a collective of people. One collective, but we'll get into that as we continue. All right, well, let's go into the genitive. I kind of want to skip over this. We talk about this all the time, and it's just about, you know, possession, ownership, belonging to, and that, and indirect genitives. But I want to skip down to particular verb forms, because this is still going to address the W and the T. And then as we start to get into our examples, we can have some fun in this little workshop. So right here, we're going to talk about the infinitive. It says the infinitive is a noun derived from a verb and treated as a noun indicating the action or state expressed by the verb stem. So let's take run. It's an action, right? So an infinitive is a noun derived from a verb. So we want to derive a noun from the verb run and treat it as a noun indicating the action or state expressed by the verb stem run. we'd say runner to make it a noun. A runner is a person, right? So we just did that hella simple. When we do that every day naturally, but we don't be just knowing the terms. Let me read it again. Now we can hella understand it. The infinitive is a noun derived from a verb. Think of run and runner. The infinitive is a noun derived from a verb and treated as a noun indicating the action or state expressed by the verb stem. It can also replace narrative verb forms which have a grammatical subject or a direct grammatical object of their own. Yeah, it could do that. Runner could do that. Think about that. So it says, due to the double role of the infinitive, it is followed by a scribe as a verb. Let's remember that. And let's test that theory and see if that is key for everything that we've been trying to do. You remember Chris said something like that the other day. But now, I don't know if this author, when I read this first, I didn't know if he necessarily said that right. Because he says it is followed by a scribe as a verb. Feel me? And so I'm trying to see what is he meaning here. A scribe is a writer, holding something in a particular way. I don't know if he meant to say a scroll, which would be a papyrus roll, which would not necessarily be the instance. But he said it is followed by a scribe as a verb, and if derived from a transitive verb, it is followed by an object. Now, I kind of think he meant a man determinative. I don't know, but that I apologize for his typo or whatever this is. You can't be meaning that all infinitives, even if it's a runner, we're going to see a scribe after that. And the examples don't reflect that, but let's continue. When the performer is mentioned in the Egyptian caption, this is usually introduced by an. It means by. So we see sin ta in kenti aminti you im paret. Now look at the word for house, but in a different form. And also im paret aha, ahat. So notice he's not going to break down the grammar here, but what we learned about the grammar is going to heighten our ability to analyze the sentence. So if we got sin ta, which means kiss the ground, and it's in this first verbal position, we got to address it like kiss the ground and a verb, so we got to make it a verb. So he said kissing the ground. And again, if you look this up, it's just say kiss the ground, right? So kissing the ground, senta, in a preposition, and then a noun, kenti, I meant to you. So if you want to say that, this is the foremost of the Westerners. But if you're kissing the ground in, then this is considered, it's like a location. See what I mean? So we got the action of preposition occurring in, shout out to Indigenous African again, trying to help me hit my goal. I appreciate that. Yesterday we hit our goal, was the first time, no matter what they said on the screen, I accepted that as a goal hit. We got 2. Shout out to y'all for the super chats. I appreciate that y'all appreciate this show. Now, remember we started off with the word per on this, and we said it could change forms. Watch what happens. Right here we got m paret. Remember? And then we got aha, aat. Now, these final 2 words is not feminine. And they're not even, it seems like that we got odd matching the gender, what appears to be matching the genders of Perret. But Perret isn't a noun here. And nouns matching gender. Remember when we said pert imhe root? It's the same word. It means coming forth in that sentence. So how did they translate this? Kissing the ground in Kenti Medu, you in the great procession. Because they had the knowledge that, okay, they see now see, this is how I know he messed up. Because this is an infinitive and we don't see a scribe. But he's trying to say we would get some indication by the determinative that let us know the word category has changed. This ain't her house or a feminine house. This is the act of coming forth. Now, he could have did a literal, and literals don't translate good. Don't you know when you read translations, they put the LIT and then they put a period? They're giving you the literal translation, so if you wanted to work with it, you're going to work with the literal. In the literal of this, it'll say kissing ground by or in, Kenti, I'm into you. Kissing the ground of Kenti, I'm into you. In coming forth great. See, and if you read what Shazmu just put, it says in the great coming forth. So now we understand if we would read the next text, and if you're kissing the ground, this is a processional or a type of a tradition that would, a festival type of a tradition, we would be qualified in taking the perk as they did and making it a procession because it is a great coming forth. How you say that in standard English? We don't say a great coming forth. And so I will qualify this translation. And now what we also see is a hair, or not a hair, but an M plus an infinitive, which we're going to learn about in a second. But we got a preposition in front of a infinitive, right? And so knowing which preposition in front of which infinitive, but he just simply said in the great procession. And so we'll address that later when we see M plus Perret. And then there's a second example. We'll see what we see. So on Amaki Emi Min. He didn't, he transliterated that different. Oh, Shina. Oh, not men. Emi Shina Amin Imhat. The overseer of the provisions of the areas of Aminhat. But now, the word for the overseer is Emi as well, I don't want to get off because that's not what we're learning right now. Hold on. Yeah. So we should be addressing where's the infinitive in here. Right? But it says the performer is mentioned by an Egyptian caption and is usually introduced by an. So here we got the an at the beginning of the sentence, the reed leaf and the in. And then overseer of the provisioning, right? So the provisioning is the infinitive. And so this is why he have a mock oo. But we don't see an uchik here. I hope it's not getting too complicated. And I'm going to try to show what's happening. So even though we got the word a mock, it has an uchik because the state of the word has changed. And now he's using it as provisioning. Because I know unless he's using, it would have to be. Because that's the only word in the infinitive, in a different state here, as indicated by the suffix "u" that's not really there. So you can see that as we go on. I mean, well, you can see that as we learn that when sometimes words with certain endings, well, you have to, I don't want to say imagine a W, but say that a W was omitted, as also talked to Jonathan Winneman about certain W's and stuff being omitted, and you have to know they're there by the form of the verb. So it says, the owner of the Stella often expressed a wish to participate in certain important festivals beyond death, particularly the Osiris mysteries. It says he either wished to participate in them directly through Ma'ah, which is seeing, or Dua, which is adoring, or Sinta, which is kissing the ground, or in Deet Aut, or whatever, Deet Aut, which they said, giving praise to the God, or through having offerings made to him at such times. For example, the vertical column of the Stella BMEA 580 comprises a hymn to Osiris, which begins Deet. So right now, we just found the infinitive already. It is a verb form. See, I'm sorry, but learning the glyphs, you got to learn them first, and then this will be really helpful. But it is a verb form that is now in another state, and it is saying deed. So, RD means to give. But since it's in the beginning, you notice they got giving, praise. Now, here's something to trip off. Because what you don't see is the word ayut transliterated. So you're going to get it merely from this determinative. Let me make this hella bigger. And that's not a determinative in that instance, it's an ideogram. So here's what we're talking about. If this was this man standing here with his arms up in praise, if this was a determinative, we wouldn't be transliterating it out down here. But this could also just be a word. So now we see deet, giving, and then a man standing with his hands in the praise position. We're going to say giving praise. So you're going to say deet, aut, or however you say I. I'll take the I to a Y, yout, whatever. However, I'm not tripping up the pronunciation. You can work that out, but we see how we reading it, right? It's giving praise to Osiris or to Wasir. Now notice here, they didn't even transliterate this in. Do y'all see an N on here? So in order to identify that, you would have been they didn't put, no, this is dative. This is a dative N, and we'll learn about that. So he put 2 right here, which indicates that he knows it's dative, but he did not put this N in his transliteration. And now this actually says deep ayut in waser. In waser, you can have in and a noun, you can have in and a suffix or and a pronoun, or in and a suffix pronoun, in and a dependent pronoun, and it will all mean the dative to whatever the pronoun is, or the personal noun. It all works with the dative. If you got an in and then a noun, it's probably to that person in a sense of giving, or you know what I'm saying. So now it says giving praise to Wasir, even though the author left that out, right? Now what it say next? Don't trip off reading these are training wheels. And the more you ride your bike with training wheels, the less you really know how to ride it. I mean, you know, you're going to get confidence, but if you read up here, it'll be better. And if you need to refer to the training wheels, so be it. So we at the sin right here, right? Because after Wasir, we see this S, and then we see a sin, and then we see an N. So the word sin is all the way spelled out. And then it got this face here to let us know what type of sin they're talking about. Then we got ta, which means the land. So this sin means kissing. That's kind of like why we see the front of the face. Shout out to the Black Raven. I see you. So this type of sin means kissing, and that means the face. I mean, that's why we see the face. And then right here, ta is the land. Now, look, kissing the ground to wet, wild, wet. Why did he take this in right here as another data? Shout out to the Black Raven. I see you. Now let me show you something. Thanks for that contribution. If I came here right here and just put an in, let me see something. Well, it's too many instances, so this ain't gonna work. It'll be better in the TLA. Let me show you in the text corpus. All right, let me see. In. Oh no, TLA. I just typed TLA. All right, now I'm gonna come here and go into the text corpus so we could just get a different dictionary on it. And I'm simply gonna put an in, right? Now look at this. These are the options that they give you in the text corpus of what could be meant by this preposition in. And you see through on the side of, through, by, on the part of, if you're introduction to the agent of the passive. For, to, look, it says dative, right? You see? Now we understand what that means. Again, thanks for the contribution. Black Raven, we always almost a quarter of the way to our goal. Now this in right here, for, and they saying it just in a different language, dative or whatever. But somebody just sent the Cash App too. Dang, y'all doing good today. This must be valuable. I appreciate y'all. To, for, or at. That's dative. Well, really, at, you don't want to mess up at. At could be dative, but remember that it comes from the Latin to give something to somebody. To me. All right. So sometimes we say to him, to me, but you notice that's always a giving when you say that. And so, but look at the other options and notice something switches up with this in. The actual glyph switches to those shoulders, and this is when we get the negation. So if we go back to what he was translating, he had better options. Kissing the ground to wet, while wet. Now, a lot of the times when I doubt that, later I'll learn why they translated that way. He must be reading a different text. But look, at, right? At is an option. At. See? So we would be qualified in knowing these rules to render our translation. What do we see? What are we looking at? Just this dative in right here. At wet, why wet. Right? Well, let's continue. I don't want it to get too complicated. And shout out for those watching. As far as Medu Netcher shows like this be the biggest audience I've ever seen. Mostly people just run from this type of teachings, and it makes me feel good. Eventually, it'll become functional and useful. Right now, it's most useful in the research we're doing. We don't have to rely on the books. And listen, The most usefulness of this research right now is our ability to not have to rely on what somebody telling you these ancient black people said. Why would you really want to rely on what some other people told you what they said? If the system, even if the system of learning how to read that was decoded by those same individuals, you'd have to be able to put your own scrutiny up to the system and look over those texts using the system to see if it's qualified or not, to see if we really is going to be extracting real information from Africans who wrote in stone 5,000 years ago. Oh yeah, 2 was an example, Haley. And so that's what I was trying to explain. And so let's go back to that. And so when we doing these type of translations, right, what you're trying to do is find the one that they were really saying. And so 2 is an option, and they got 2, 4, and at as the data. But let's expound. 2 is someone. See, they even know this dictionary will let us know, since it's the dative, 2 should not be a piece of ground. So notice right here it says 2, then it says someone. Now it says, if we're using it in the dative, if it's for, it has to be for someone's benefit, because the dative indicate you giving something for another individual to receive. You see what I'm saying? And so now it says belonging to for property, and that would be more of the genitive. But let's note that's why we would probably eliminate 2 in this translation, because that's not a person. Wawet is a location. See what I mean? And so even though the person who is doing this has a very good understanding of the Medu Netcher, there are small little nuances that we could offer and say, look, this should probably not say 2, it should probably say at, since at is an option when not dealing with, you're not at a person, you at these things in the dative. And so, excuse me, I got a lot of things showing. All right, I want to grab a quick water real quick. So I'm going to play a video, but I might not let the video finish, right? So, because it's just going to be as long as it takes me to run in the other room and grab a water. So, we'll be right back. As soon as this video starts, if it's going to start.
The rematch are cattle. In Papyrus Lansing, we read the following. It is the army scribe and commander of the Amun temple flock, Nebmare Nakti, who tells the scribe, Wenemdi Amun. In this text, the scribe uses the phrase, Taz Bawem An Tn Par Jawmem for Amun temple flock. This literally translates to, gatherer of cattle of the house of Amun. These are no cattle. This is a fighting contingency commanded by the army general Neb Mat Renaktu. In the tale of Sinuhe we read, Indeed, I am like a bull of who cattle in the midst of another herd. In ancient Egyptian, the word Jam means young cattle.
So basically what we learning right now is first, to just recap, we learned that there are different uses for these T and W endings, right? We learn that nouns and verbs and switch classes, but let's talk about these verb classes right now real quick, and it'll give us a little bit more insight to some of the, Harris Duncan. Woo, another contribution that got the man rolling in the chair. Shout out to you, I appreciate that. Dang, y'all making it real. So look, verb classes and the infinitive. How does this all work? The first and most basic point is that when translating kissing, like we just did in the example above, as opposed to kissed or will kiss. 2 points should be borne in mind. What help does the writing of the verb give us? The question is, what form is it in, so we can know whether to say kissing or not, or what position is it in the sentence? And how does the verb fit in the context of the inscription? Questions of the functions, basically. Since hieroglyphs only write consonants and not vowels, the hieroglyphs writing solely will not always direct us on the exact form. However, once we take into account how the verb stem is being used in the inscription, then we can usually gain good sense out of it. The first tool of the trade that we need to the first that we need to introduce you to is the topic of the verb classes. All right. All of the verbs in ancient Egyptian can be command. Is that a word? Let me see. I didn't know that word. No, it's supposed to be compiled. I knew it. All right, that's just a typo. All of the verbs in ancient Egyptian can be compiled into a small number of groups, which when considered as a whole or a paradigm, usually allow us to see each form somewhat more clearly. The following are the standard verb classes with convenient examples for each class. So let's just break this down real quick, because there's way more classes, but this is the strong verbs. So they say the stem does not usually show any alteration. What does that mean? Sachem, let me take this word and we're gonna go into it and chill with it. Oh, oops. Right, and now I might put an M after it. Sachem, it means to hear. Right? Verb. Now, this is a strong verb. And to keep it real, it is a third strong. He didn't indicate that. That means it got 3 consonants, and the third one is strong. All right? Strong, not meaning that they said sajum, but meaning that it wasn't so weak that it would fall off and you just say sedge sometimes. Right? So sajum got a third strong consonant. So this is what we would call a third strong. But in his teaching, he's just saying a strong verb. And the stem does not usually show any alteration. So what does that mean? This is the verb stem. If we want to change the category of the word here to a hearer or hearing, it most often won't show any change in the glyphs when we're looking at the wall. So now we got to know, okay, it means to hear, but is he saying hearing, or is he saying a hearer or a listener, or one who is obedient, that one who listens, right? That won't be as easily determined on third strongs or strong verbs. All right, so then we're gonna go to the next one, where we got doubling verbs. Doubling verbs, to see, ma'a, the stem ends in a double consonant. Okay, that's what he's calling doubling verbs. We could talk about gemination, how I heard others discuss this, but right now we'll just call it a doubling verb because I don't think any gemination is occurring here, meaning gemination is when you pronounce, you know how you say, is it a long way? And they say, hella long. And you say, hella long, and then they say, hella long. They just added hecka A's into the word. It was already an A there. Well, it's not the best example because I'm doing it with a vowel, but in ancient Egyptian, gemination occurs with consonants. Hold on one second. So the same thing, in order to stress that adverb hella or whatever, I geminated the A. The A geminated heck of times, probably 10 times, in order for me to stretch out the sound of it, in order to place emphasis on how far away, how long it was going to take. Well, that happens in ancient Egyptian. It's called gemination. It would give you an inflection. So say you got one R, and then they might add another R on there to show that it wasn't it was but we don't necessarily know. I mean, it's different instances of what the gemination implies when doing it. Like it's on a word cool, kebab, right? And so you would see, okay, does that gemination indicate like really cool or whatever it indicates? We should talk about it. But they're talking about the doubling verbs, ma'at to see, stems ending in a double consonant. Now, what about the weak verbs? And these are the ones that mislead us a lot. And even when we doing the glyphs and we start at the novice level, we mess up on a lot of weak verbs. Now, this is what we should remember. And we're going to see it noted as I make it bigger. Notice here, this is a weak verb, but he's not breaking it down right. This is a third weak. Remember we showed you the third strong segem? I'm about to go back to it. Because the third consonant is strong. So it's always going to be there when you say, let's go to a third weak. Let me see if I put an R under it or not. Now, look, we're talking about verb classes, don't forget. And this is how you know the difference between love and loving, to love. Now, he put a man after it, so I'll put the man, I'll put A2, right? So we got two different words, and this is not a sentence. So look at this as just separating two different words. We're analyzing this one round. Now, how do you know that this is Marie and not Mer? Well, here go a trick. Well, I don't want to show that trick because that trick can mislead you. But, so let's just keep, this is a third week. Well, the main thing to know that, well, let me erase this. This is not love, L-O-V-E. That would be like, think about it, it's still a thing. I mean, you know, you can make it adjectival, lovely, or you can make it a verb to love. How do you know when it's what? How do we know this? We should say Marie, even though we don't see a Y under here, like Marie, because of a few things. Well, you know that there is an option for the verb of love to be a third weak, meaning the third consonant is weak, so you probably don't see it. It probably fell off. They probably didn't write it. So now you see, let's go back. So what does it say here? Stems ending with a weak consonant, usually a I. So let me give us another example of why we be saying, no, that's not her, that's not that, that is that, and cats can't figure it out. Because look, we're going to take a preposition, hair. I'm going to erase this. We'll take a preposition hair, right? We'll put the R under it. And we could get confused by that. That is most often going to be hairy, and it took the preposition and changed it into, it's using it now, it's nominalized because it's not really one who, it's changing the verb, the category of the word, but I didn't want to give us the wrong definition of it. It's just to be, hairy is to be like on top. So let's look and see. HRY, right? So I don't know why they said the lower part of the leg and they using hairy, but let's look at it. I want y'all to see this for y'all. See, okay, now it says who is upon, but this is hairy tep. But notice here they got 3 consonants off just seeing this right now. They didn't just get the HR hair tep. And they saying who is upon. I still want to go with this hair front face surface building. I just want y'all to see that and then see how would you know the difference between hair and hairy. So let's keep on showing it. Now you see hairy is actually the upper part. But what is it coming from? Is a sense of distance in the word hairy, and they even got hair right here, right? But you might ask, is this a hairy, a third week? Now, this right here is a hairy like a master, but it's not really that. It's like the one who is upper or the one who is upmost. It has to do with being up, right? Strangely enough, let me see. I need to find the rendition of this word in the dictionary where they're showing it in another word class. So that's what I'm just keeping going. I mean, they're showing combinations of it with other words, but I wanted to find it by itself. And all right, let's go back. They still making, they still giving us noun renditions. But you know, to be far hairy ain't a noun, right? You see what I'm saying? Here's the use of it as a noun over and over again. The head man, the superior. So now it's just making us think of the one who is above. But I want to keep going. There's so many of them in the dictionary. You just have to allow me to go through this. Right? All right, so this is good too. That's a hairy ib. This is the good to see. Look, one having authority over. So it's probably coming from who or which is upon, who is higher up in the upper. But that's still adjectival talking about the person. So then how is it stated verbally? Just go back. Heightening? No, I'm just looking for the rendition where it's stated verbally. Again, you see it's being the top side or the upper. But it seemed like right there, they not here plus the infinitive. In some of these examples, it seemed like it's been like Nisbet a bit to talk about one who is higher or above. Sometimes when there's 400 renditions in a dictionary, I just keep the, again, you see Harry Tapp giving you the chief or the expert, but we got them two faces turned in different ways. Adverb, found it. Took that long, at least to find it as an adverb, right? But y'all see that? They saying Harry is up or onwards or upwards. And so how do we know, again, when we encounter these words and what our other options could possibly be? Well, we know we need to entertain, is this a third week or is this really just saying? And when you start to take it to those other categories and then you entertain it as not meaning, right now they got a Harry as the head or a master being a noun. If you start to entertain it as that might not be a noun, And we showed it in the adverbal sense, just meaning, let me see. I'm only at 130. Oh no, it's only 100 something of them in there. So every time you see it used, that person is on top of things. Hari Peja is the troop commander. Peja just means bows. So we could kind of get a sense of that. I did show that one example that I was looking for earlier when we seen it, but it said adverbal. So we go with the we go with a better example. Right? Which Murray was and Erdy was. So again, if we was just demonstrating the third week, the best example probably was really Murray, because it could be demonstrated that you're going straight from love to love by just adding on the E sound, that third E to it. So an extra weak verb, which I never heard nobody explain like that, and so I'm glad I looked at this teaching. If Erdy means to give, he's saying extra weak, mainly verbs with 2 or 3 weak consonants. So in this word, I just know it got 1 weak consonant, the I, but he must know something else I don't, right? And sometimes this R will fall off the beginning of it, but I didn't know R to be necessarily considered a weak right there. You about to leave? Hold on. Yeah. All right. Yeah. It says the stems of the strong verb. So did I read any of this? With weak verbs, the final I is usually omitted in writing and therefore in transliteration. For practical reasons, however, we will transliterate the extra weak verb to give as Erdy or D. Extra weak verbs behave like ordinary weak verbs, but sometimes show additional features. Yeah, the I is weak. When we talk about weak consonants, it's going to either be I, Y, or W. I mean, you know, you're going to say I and a consonant. In ancient Egyptian, it holds the place of what we call a weak consonant, because that's a transliteration scheme, and I could also be a Y or a J. But it says the stems of the strong verb is not usually that helpful, since it rarely shows any differences. We talked about that about the strong verbs. As you will observe below, the infinitive of strong verbs give us little written due. That means when it's the infinitive of a strong verb, we ain't going to be able to tell, like we demonstrated with the word sejam. Doubling verbs have a root which ends with the same consonant repeated twice. In writing, some forms of these verbs show only one of these consonants, such as ma'a, and the other forms show 2, ma'a, and it says, and this can help distinguish the certain forms. Weak and extra weak verbs, those roots ending with a weak consonant, I or W, are most interesting because they show a wider range of variation in different verb forms, which can be most useful in spotting a particular form. So weak verb infinitives are rather more easy to spot than strong verb infinitives. One important point to note about weak verbs is that the I and the W, in which their root or dictionary forms in, do not usually appear in writing. That's what we was just talking about. And so need not be transliterated. However, so that you can see readily whether a verb is weak or verb or not, the I and W of weak verbs will be added in brackets. So now if you're looking at the glyphs, no one's going to add an I and a W in brackets for you. You're going to have to know that that verb is in a different form. So let's check it out. And he's going to give an example like I was trying to give. It says the forms of the infinitive. The infinitive in Egyptian are as follows. Strong verb with no change. So this is sejum, which means to hear, right? And I was demonstrating this. Sejum. But we're rendering hearing, ing. We gerund it because we understand that this is an infinitive, is in a different form, right? And so we got the ing on it. Now, how do we know to put the ing on it if there's no indication from the glyphs? Well, you're only gonna have 3 options on the strong verb. You're gonna have the hearing, right, which is ongoing action. You'll have hears, heard, and then if they want to do heard and stuff like that, it'll indicate different things. But I shouldn't have said that. I was thinking hears and hearing, and just those 2 will look exactly the same, and only the word order and other things that let you indicate whether you're getting hearing or hearing on a strong verb. It says for double weak verbs, you see my could just be to see. My also could just be to see, but it means seeing in the infinitive. Now it gets more easy. It gets easier when we got weak verbs. It says weak verbs ending in T, Maret, loving, right? And we was just going over that example too, but we used the different instances. So what's happening here? He said weak verbs ending in T. We can find this word Marie ending in a Y, and then it changed to a T to give us loving. Or we can just find Marut too, but we just gotta take note of that. Extra weak verbs ending in T, like erdit, giving, placing, or options. All right. I ain't gonna just read this. I'd rather have fun and do some examples so we can see if we can identify any of the stuff. And so with these strong verbs, we're not gonna know that to say is saying in the infinitive because it's not gonna give us no indication. We won't know that ama means for throw is throwing in the infinitive because it will not give us any indication in the glyphs. For the doubling verb, we're going to see the same thing for the infinitive. You have to ask yourself, is it throw or throwing? And then you're going to look at the verb order and you will know. Now right here, doubling verbs, my eye to see is going to look exactly like the infinitive, my eye to see. For the weak verbs, we'll get some different, and this is what we start to talk about. Let me make this a little smaller. All right. So for the verb puri, to go out, right? Puri. First, we got to notice what's happening, and we're going to notice a phenomenon that he's not explaining, that I'm going to show here, and hopefully it rings true. Look, it is true, but I want to see if you can see that it's true. This is a verb. It is the 3rd week. Now, if I go back to my example, per, remember I started by showing us per is just a house. Hold up. I just want to see what form he had it in. All right, he spelled it out. So per is just a house, right? That's still just a house. You might get an indication. See, they spelled house right here, a noun. But what they most often do to not confuse you is put a single stroke up under it, Z1. So now you just know that that's a house. But if they want to put an indication of, if they had to spell it out in that instance, you're going to see per. So how do you know that this is a house, a noun, and not the verb per-e, the 3rd week? Because if the 3rd consonant is weak, they don't have to write it out. See? So if it's a 3rd week verb, it means to go out. And if it's a Now, it means house. But all we got is per on the screen. So right now, just with one word, there's no context of the thank you, Shazmu. No syntax to let us know what is actually being meant. But if we keep following the example, he's just going to show you all of these. Hurry, the verb. Love, the verb. Love could be a thing, but love could also be a verb. It's the way that you say it. She loves, right? But if you say, I have love, you got love for me, that's actually if you have a thing. And so, but still, he's given to us as a verb. Notice it's Marie, but you don't see no Y and no Medu Netchers over here. How do you know that? Because it's a verb and it'll be where it's used in the sentence. Well, let's look at the infinitive of these same words, right? So what we're going to do is go here. I don't know what the feet is, right? But I could go T. Wait, let me find the feet real quick. I'm going to go to the dictionary. I think it's A45. A45. Nope. Let me see what the feet are real quick. When I say. I'm just finding a particular determinative. There it go. It's D54. So D54. All right. So now, right now, if you still think that this is a noun for a house, and the ancient Egyptian gave us they gave us the category, some walking legs. They took the Y. Now notice what I said. Hopefully it'll be displayed when we look at the text. I'm going to go back and show you what I meant. All of these verbs have an I ending. When they turn to infinitives, they lose their I ending and they gain a T ending. Did y'all notice that? So peri becomes peret. So now what did we just learn about what we thought we knew about the feminine T? Hopefully we see that this is just all one thing we learning. That if you see a T on a verb, right, and it ain't part of the root, it possibly is an indication that that verb is in the infinitive. That verb to go out is now going out. That word love, that verb love, Marie, is now loving because you got the T ending on the third week. The third week fell off and it was replaced by a T that ain't a feminine T. It is an infinitive T. So let's talk about the infinitive T. Pert, Heru. Coming forth by day. Now, pert represents, peret, it represents coming or going. You feel me? Coming or going. So he could have said coming forth or going out. But y'all did notice that, right? When it's just the verb in the third week, these are all third weeks, the third consonant might not be there. So all you see is per, mer, sep. This says sepu, but sep and set. But you should say peri, marie, sepi, and seti. Right? So now he says spear for seti, which could work, but a seti is actually an arrow. An arrow is simply a smaller spear that is intended to be projected from a weapon. So it's the same thing. So seti is a spear, but spearing or shooting is setet. Because what happened? The third weak consonant fell off the verb. It switched word categories from just a regular plain verb to an infinitive, which now we know it's not a spear or an arrow or shoot. It is spearing or shooting. Just by that T ending on a verb that didn't have it, on a third weak verb. Like per or purry. So that wasn't complicated. That means if that I is falling off that third weak verb, but first you got to know that that I was even there. And it's replaced by a T, then we in the infinitive. Going, loving, binding, spearing. We gerund the verb and add ing. Same thing's happening here, but we're dealing with extra weak verbs. So now you'll notice that ready, the one that we most often see with the R in the hand and the bread, means to give. If we find it in the infinitive, what's going to happen? Don't act like you don't know. The I gonna fall off. The I fall off the end and you get a T. But look, they didn't even see. Here's the thing. It appears like the I ain't falling off because you still need, right? It's going to end in it. So it says the most notable feature of this table is that the form of the infinitive of the weak verbs that end in T and the form of the infinitive of the extra weak verbs end in it. So basically, you just add in a T anyway, but you got to remember you're really adding an IT. Because in the word that has an I right here, it's going to say, it's going to double the I's. Eat for coming, or, coming, like walking towards a person. All right. So here go his examples. And I'm going to make them bigger, and we should be able to identify these examples. If this word we knew was set, is in the first position, is in the verbal position of the sentence. We got a verb, a noun. We got a preposition. We got a personal pronoun. And we got a adverbial comment, right? And so identifying that before we even, if we didn't have this, we already kind of know how it needs to be said. Because if we got a verb in the beginning, we see it's in the infinitive. This is seti, the word, but now we got setet. So if seti means to shoot, and this is in the infinitive, this is shooting. And they're just saying spearing, right? I'm gonna use spearing for now, but really they be bow fishing or spear fishing. They do them both, but I think they really spearfish actually. So spearing. Now what's this word? If you didn't know, the word was rim, but we got the 3 strokes that make you think it's a collective, but he's showing you this ain't the 3 strokes of the collective. Because this ain't the 3 strokes of plurality. It's the 3 strokes of the collective. Because fish, when you say fish, you talking about all the fish. You know what I'm saying? You ain't talking about one fish. You talking about fish. You talking about it like a herd, basically. So spearing fish, as we see, setet is in the infinitive. Fish has a U on it because in parentheses, because it's not plural, it's a collective U. We got the preposition on in the middle, which simply means, they got it as in and it means by. On, some say yin, but it means by. Now this is a personal pronoun, Senebi. Senebi is his name, Senebi, right? And we got the adverbial comment, ma'akaru, the justified. Or you could call this adverbial comment a title. Normally titles are in the position of an adverbial comment. So what did I do? I just took the whole 4 boxes right here, and I just broke down a different section of it. If we learn the whole 4 boxes, you could think of some liquor that's very good, right? VSOP. But nothing represents a P in grammar. I mean, something does, particle, participle, but that's not in this verb order. It's VSOA. But the way that some always forget it, so I'm like, how you gonna remember VSOP but can't remember VSOA? So verb, subject, object, adjective, or to better say it, adverbal comment. But this is a different form of a sentence. It's still following the same thing. But notice in these boxes what we have. We have the particle, which is just starting the sentence, and then you got a verb, the subject, a direct object, and an indirect object. All right? I don't want to teach on this before I teach the simpler one that's above this, because you should just learn verb, subject, object, adjective, adverb, adverbal comment first. And when I say adverb, adverbal comment, those are all in box number 4. So watch this. This is the I mean, there are ways to make the learning easier, and we don't want to learn in one Medu Netcher book. You got to like know all of the books. So you see me consistently over the last 20 years just going over and over things that I already know again and again and again and again. Because you can find new ways to teach things. I'm sorry if you're making me go back this far. You can find new ways to teach things. Maybe I missed it on the page. As you read, as you learn from new teachers, something that you might already know. It's a new teacher. So I could draw this box faster than I can find it. Here it go. Oh no, that ain't it. So I'm probably gonna just draw it back up. It was similar to the same, it just got 4 columns, right? And it is a new sentence, statement of fact. So just like this, verb, subject, object, adverbal comment. In this basic order, we got particle, verb, subject, object, indirect object. So let's come back here. Verb, well, what we got? Spearing fish. So spearing is a verb. But now I want to ask y'all things. I think fish is really the subject, but since Sanebi is the one doing the spearing, I would like to ask y'all to input what y'all think right here. So spearing fish by Sanebi. Sanebi is the object or indirect object, right? See? So it's still working because first of all, the subject is the fish, not Sanebi. You want to know why the subject is the fish? Because this whole sentence is about the fish. Even though it seems like the human would normally be the subject, I'm just using my literal. Y'all can please correct me if I start messing up with the English grammar. Because you need to know the English grammar to know the Egyptian grammar. But just to figure this sentence out, what's the most important part of this sentence? I mean, what's the most important noun? Is it Sanebi? Because somebody else could be spearing the fish. But if we didn't have spearing the fish, I would think that the fish is the subject. I could be completely wrong. But by Sanebi, and then they got his adverbal comment. We could take a sentence like this and work out the same type of. So what do y'all think? I need to know in the chat, what do y'all think the subject is before we move on? The subject's supposed to do the action though, right? And the object's supposed to receive the object, so it might just be switched around. Yeah, thank you. I'm with you, Sanebi. Sanebi still could be it, but I was just positing it the other way around. And if so, that this example would not be able to fit into, you feel me? This example wouldn't be able to fit into the example that I pulled from the other book. It's just basically a sentence with a different word order. That's not a good example of forcing it into this one. But look at this. The priest says this magical spell for the scribe. Let me see. So good question. Let's see how somebody gets to that. The priest says this to the magical spell for the scribe. So look, the scribe in this one is the indirect object. The priest, obviously him, Netcher, is the subject, and the direct object is to this. Say this. I mean, that's crazy. Because that's a preposition in pen. So they're saying that that's a spell. Okay, so the preposition, that's crazy. But it's still the good. Yeah, right here in this one, obviously it has the priest as the subject. But in what we was analyzing from the other sentence, it appeared to have been switched up. Because if you look at the boxes that those is a different formation of a sentence. If we looked at, yeah, see, like it was like this. So look, we got the indirect object in this one before the direct object, and the indirect object as a pronoun, dative phrase forward. But we could also have the subject, indirect object, object. If we don't got nothing showing, yeah, the indirect object. Okay, so this is the one that's working for us because verb, indirect object, subject. Go back to here, verb, indirect object receiving the action, right? The fish, and the object doing the action, Sanebi spearing the fish. And then an adverbial comment on him. Shout out to you, Shazmoo, for working that out too in the chat. So what we got right here, we got throwing at birds. And so, yes, if the phrase starts with a verb, Shazmoo, then it's a verbal phrase. It don't have to be all verbs in there. So throwing at bird, but we was going over each part of speech. So throwing, the verb, the preposition which is right here, this R. And apedu is birds. Now notice we got a bird and then the 3 for collective is not, I mean, throwing at birds. So no, he got it in parentheses here as if it's just like collective. Birds is birds is plural, but birds is also a collective, correct? What type of birds? Well, you say what type of bird. So even though he put this in parentheses indicating that he still, I mean, indicating that it meant something like a collective, he still translated it as birds. Thank you, Chris. I worked that out before. You might be watching the video later. But I eventually worked that out. That fish was the indirect object, and Sabi was the subject. You said the nominal subject. Yep, that works. Word up. So in that sentence, we had the indirect object before the or the object before the subject. So in focusing on what the T's were doing in these verbs, in third week verbs, let's read. It says, seti, spear, is a weak verb, hence the infinitive setet. Spearing. All right, it says, however, is a strong verb and does not provide particularly helpful writings. That's this right here. Yet the context of the caption and the parallel with the other caption showing us setet spearing urges us to consider the infinitive and the translation throwing. We got 2 minutes before we could try to reach our goal, and it's ticking down, counting down right on me. So if y'all want to contribute to that, go right ahead. It's all good. And thanks those who already have contributed to the super chat goal for the show. we was going to extend the show heck longer, once that happened, but I think it's just about to end shortly. So it says here, notice how also using the suggested translation scheme helps us to draw together a reasonable English translation of the whole throwing at the birds by Senebi to justify, whereas reasonable alternatives such as throwing at the birds do not throw at the birds of Senebi to justify is not particularly good English. All right, so again, let's do these. So now we know that verbs can be used, as an infinitive, right? In that one instance of the verb being in an infinitive state, we were gerunding, or we were putting ing on the verb run to say running. And that was indicated by seeing that T on the verb. But that ain't 100% like that. It might just be a rule to know that renders at about 85-90%, because you'll see other phenomena that'll make you say, well, what's happening here? So we'll talk about it. As an object of certain verbs. So this is an infinitive as a noun. In the first case we're talking about is if the infinitive is the object of a certain verb. So that sounds complicated. So what just happened? We just took a verb and changed the word category to a noun. So now it's a person, place, or thing. So what's a verb? We're going to stick with our word run. Even the same way that we put it in the infinitive state before, it made it a person, place, or thing. Run, we said run-er, right? So we just changed it into a noun. It's like saying one who runs, because there's no equivalent in Medu Netcher, so we always say one who. The reason why we're forced to say one who, because there's not really a for me to say run-er. Feel me? So we say one who runs, right? So let's think about this. It says the infinitive can be used as an object of a transient verb. All right? So now we got a verb that like run-er. Now it can be used as the object of another verb, a transient verb. This use is most often found after the following kinds of verbs. So we got ma'a, which means to see. Vim, which means to find. Sened, or sened, which is to fear. And wahim, to repeat. Rek is knowledge. Mer, to like or to love, right? Ergi, to give, and ab, to desire, or ab, right? Now here's an example. And they started off with an ab in. So we're gonna inject things that he's not teaching us that we know from watching this show and reading grammar books. So he started with an ob in, right? Now, if ob, they showed us right here, was a verb that means desire, they put a in on it, suffix the in on here. So after that, we see a him, which is a noun. It is a pronoun for majesty here, right? So think about this. And then they say, him my majesty. Because suffix would give you the my, but I don't see no in the Medu Netcher. Maybe he left it out. What y'all can clearly see is a Heru after that. If someone want to say that a Heru, because I got Aret after that. So he, in his Medu Netter example, he might have left out the suffix E that should be on here. Okay. Let me see. So if they say, yeah, so an adjectival phrase, thank you, Chris. So if you say justify or ma'akaru after the end of a person, you're describing that person as being justified. So that is an adverbial comment or an adjectival phrase. You see what I'm saying? Saying that he is justified. But if I make this bigger, everyone can notice that there's either some phenomenon going on or there's an error in the Medu Netcher where he didn't put the E. He was supposed to put a man after this him right here. But I don't want to mess that up and confuse y'all, so let's go back. Ob, it says right here, look, to desire. But it has an N suffix on it. This N is going to take us to what it's hard to identify. So what are you seeing as the I, the Horus, Chris? Horus on the standard? Let me see. Because I don't see no I in there. If you're saying Horus on the standard is the I, and you got it like it's a suffix I on there. Okay, so you're saying the bird on the stick, Horus on the standard, is to be used as the personal pronoun for that person. It's not the most often used of it, case of it, but I will be able to appreciate that and say that works. Right, but then when we talk about it, I just got a few questions, so I'm about to put up the chat. Because if you don't act like that ain't a determinative behind the him, as we often see sometimes, let's see. Oh, it's not common, you said. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. And I just shared the chat if anybody want to build and chime in on this video. So let's keep it going. So yeah, it's not often used. He's saying that this version of to say himi is not the most often used case of saying I. But that works. Cool. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with the Zoom. What's up with Shezmu?
You already know.
Shout out for tapping in.
Yeah, no doubt. And hopefully Chris will come in too. But just enjoying the build, man. This is an awesome workshop you got going on. I mean, you teaching hard. This is some good information.
So let's start to break this down. And what I was going to try to reveal, and I know you should probably be able to notice this, but it's happening different though. It's still a Sejm NF, but it ain't all the way like the Sejm NF. We got what we would call a Sejm N. And so for this desire in the beginning, let me take this off the screen. Hold on, you about to go? All right, cool. All right, so my bad. I just had to talk to my daughter. So, Ob in y'all. So that what would that give you then out of this translation of Shezmu? If we know Ob is desire,
right? I would say Ob is desire, like you said, and it's I or he.
No, Ob in, just Ob in.
Oh, that means to desire.
No, but don't take it as the dative. Think about a Sejm NF.
He desired.
Has desired.
Okay, yeah, has completed action. Yeah, past tense.
Yep, that N is giving us the mark that the action of desire is completed, right? So they're
Right.
saying he has desire.
Right.
And then now they say, so if this is his majesty, my majesty.
Kemi, right.
So we got him, which is, I'm reading it backwards so people could understand the English. My majesty has desire. See what I mean? The reason why we have to do that, because their word order is different in English. So they would say, desire has my majesty, and we would know that means my majesty has desire. Now look at this. It says to make.
Wait a minute. So literal, that would be desired he to majesty.
Desire has majesty my.
Yeah.
Desired has majesty my.
Okay.
Now let's look at the next word in the glyphs. It is aret. Now let's talk about what we just learned today and see if we could see something. We got IR and with a T.
Right.
Now IR means to make, right?
Right. That's different from D. So yeah.
Huh?
And I was just looking at that. I always get that confused with the RDI or ready or So that's different from ready or ready.
But really, and I would like to challenge even what he's using in some of his examples aren't going along with, I don't know what he's trying to show in some of these examples. But let's take this, the base word for this I right here means to make or to create, right?
Right.
But he already put to make. So really he's not addressing the infinitive all the way. Because the raw form of the verb means to make or to create. Am I wrong? Or it just means make or create.
Right. So that T, you're saying it should be ing.
It could, now if we want to be consistent exactly with what he just taught us, I mean what we know and what he's teaching on this, we see it with a T on it, right? So it's in the infinitive. So it might be my majesty has desired making a monument. See, it still rings true and it's starting to be like better grammar. Because saying my majesty has desired to make a monument when it's in the past tense, and I don't know, but how would you like to address this, Arret? Chris, peace to you.
You talking to Chris or you talking to me?
What up, Smash?
Peace.
Go ahead, Chris.
On the talking about the verb iret or itty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what he did was he so you're right. So not literally, but another way to say it would have been the making or the construction of monuments. But what he did was he took the English way of writing the infinitive of a verb form, to make, and stuck it in there. But using the Medu Netcher method, it would have been, my majesty desired the construction or the making of monuments, blah blah blah. So that's the way it should. To make works, but that's the English way of writing an infinitive. To eat, to take, to love. But to nominalize it here, though, it literally should say the making or the constructing.
Exactly, and we could identify that, Patah, just by seeing that they put this T on that Arret. Kind of like what everybody watching the show, if they're following along, probably would have been able to notice that too. But it takes like a prerequisite to at least be able to read the glyphs. But menu is the monuments. Now it says they have
Hold on before we move real quick. I was just looking at something. Like he has my majesty. Would it be better to say his majesty?
Nah, because what Chris said is right. Notice this in this text, they're using Heru on the standard to say my, because this is my father right here.
Right.
Oh, I thought the my was coming from the seated man with the mouth.
No, so this is a determinative on the word for desire. The first verb, desire to let is putting his hand to his mouth. So I guess the way that they, they probably had a theory of hunger that related back to desire. You know what I'm saying? Which would indicate putting your hand to your mouth to let people know that that's a desire, or maybe a request or something.
Okay.
What about putting your hand to your mouth is indicates a desire?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Speaking, I'm eating. Yeah.
A request or
pleasure,
hunger or something. You know.
Yeah, yeah. But I was thinking that was an eye, like a weak eye. Abi. And
no. So for this one, that is not a weak eye because you can notice. You look right here. It say "ob in."
Yeah.
So that's a determinative, and they went straight to this "in" right here.
Yeah, I was thinking it fell off, but yeah, okay, that's a determinative. I got you. All right,
yeah.
I'm caught up.
So if you go, has desire, or desire has my majesty making monuments of, or I see it in, making monuments of or for at F father horizontal standard my and then Amun Ra, right? So so if we put it to English, it would be just like His Majesty has desired to making a monument for my father Amun Ra.
Yeah.
And for the verbal breakdown, all we seen was the one infinitive here. And it was aret. And so that was an example. Oh, but we also seen what? To desire being used in its normal state, which was just a I'm trying to look at what category he had.
Hold up, I see an F. I don't see his F in the
in what?
I mean, I see the in the Medu Netcher in his
for here. And no, he is being said in the sentence.
Oh no, father. Okay.
Father got atef. And you see that tef right there.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. The word for father. Sometimes people will pronounce it etef, but it's some stuff pointing that F is superfluous, right? It's just eat.
Yep. That F is superfluous. So notice it don't say atef right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Et.
Yep. Et.
So so we looking for the infinitive in this sentence. Ayu, ma'i. So that is I saw. Now this is a determinative here. You see that, and you notice how it's suffixed here. This man here is not. I apologize. I meant to say not a determinative. I meant to say a suffix pronoun here, as you see how it's suffixed, right? On the word ma'a to see. And so that's why it says I saw too.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I want to ask.
And plus, like you said, in this case, the man's hand is away, so it's the normal. I guess that's the A1.
Yeah, and so this is just E, or this is I.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a fact that I saw whatever shed, and they say that's excavation probably. Shed hair. Now look, heret. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's that? That's something different.
So heret, as we were talking earlier, you said I'm not sure if it's plus the infinitive, but the hair. We were talking about.
Let's do something real quick, and we'll see how that might not be the case.
Okay.
So look, or is that the case? I think this is to address the ma'ah up in the front, because what do you see as a determinative? I mean, what do you see after that word?
Like that shelf thing. Yeah.
Well, that's normally like a road.
Right.
But we're gonna see how it's working in this word. So let's break down the grammar to see what's happening. Is this a what is this? Net hemf, right?
Right.
What is net?
Indirect genitive.
It's a genitive or adjective, right?
Pronoun.
Yep, indirect genitive.
So now, if that would have to mean that this got to be not a noun in the front of it, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know that shares move, right?
Right.
So then we ain't looking at Harry in the infinitive talking about nothing about that. This is something completely different.
That's
And the grammar is helping us to know that because it got a net behind it. It say Harry nets himself. So now I guarantee you, we take the HR and the T and put it in a dictionary and look at the class, we'll find a noun class of it, which means something like a tomb. It might not be exactly a tomb, but can y'all see the dictionary?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a Nisby. That's a Nisby here.
So let's see how this works. At first, let's try to see if I can find it.
Elite.
So what did I put? Should I put a different H?
Harry, that's second H. Yeah, that's the capital H, second H.
Yeah, I'm tripping. HRT. So let's see how they came across this. Horace Quentin. There's only 6. All right, I'll go back. It was on a word for a tomb garden here.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't want to just stop at that. But y'all do see how they got it on there. But I want to keep going to see how they are coming to this conclusion.
Right. Like, where did it come from a verb to a, like Chris was saying?
So Chris said it's a this, but you can speak on that while we look up the word, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is derived. This is kind of more like one of those euphemisms. Even though the word the Harit is a Nisby derived from a noun here, it's that which relates to high places. So they used to put tombs in the mountains. If you go look at some of the scenes from around, I forget the name of that city, but anyway, yeah. So it's a high place.
So
it's
check
high
it out.
up on the mountains.
That's
or the hills.
Do you see how the definition, this archaic definition of it, corroborates what you're saying? Because it got the mountain glyphs on the Harit, you feel me? And it says a tomb, the necropolis, or the realm of the dead. But notice here we got another version of Harit, which is just the tomb, and it got that. And so that is the word that they use for term. And we just use the grammar. So notice if we didn't even know that, the grammar would have indicated to us that this Harit is some type of a noun. And now I think he might have messed up and put this instead of the mountain, bro.
Yeah,
he got the road here.
31.
The road works because the tombs had paths leading up to them anyway, up in the hills and the mountains. So if you look at, I'm trying to remember the name of that city, but there's some riverside cities where they will build their tombs in the mountains or the hills, and you can see the path of the roads going up.
It's gonna be one in here probably with the road on it, because they be having all the renditions, a lot of the renditions.
And then you got to remember that this probably came from hieratic. So in hieratic, those symbols are interchangeable sometimes.
So here you go. Look, this is some Harry's be far from with the road, and so that's probably when they showing some of the interchangeability. You see what I'm saying? It got N31 on it, so yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes broad symbols are interchangeable with each other sometimes, especially if they're the same category, roads and paths.
Okay.
All right, so then after I'm gonna read some more of this, and then we can start demonstrating how this helps you identify some of the verb classes. So now this is what we've been talking about, was the infinitive after a preposition. It says in a verbal sentence, well, let's not go straight to the English. Let's look at this. So we have, it's set the particle starting off the sentence. We got a verb right here. So even if I didn't notice, even if I didn't notice where after this particle, we got a verb and then an end. So it happened. And if you know that there's a boat here for the determinative, you could probably say sail or something, but if you really know the word, head is going to have to do with going north, going northward, and as we see northward right here. So It says went because the end is giving us what?
Northward.
Well, no, the end is giving us, remember that past action or something? So
Oh,
if Chad means to go north, the end mean that it already happened, so he went north.
Yeah.
Right? And
Right.
then who went north? Him F, or if you see the him F, His Majesty. So it's set as the particle they giving us low. And now it says north went His Majesty. His Majesty went northwards. So what we're going to see here is we're looking for an infinitive after a preposition. So can anybody identify that? Shout out to, not you, Chris, obviously, but shout out to Joey, who's just tapped in to join in. I appreciate you. So where is the infinitive after the preposition in this sentence? I'm going to make it bigger.
Went northward plundering?
Huh? No, don't do it in the English. That's not fair.
Let's see.
So let's go back to the boxes from Hope. The first box has the particle in it, right? That's starting a new sentence. This is set. They say low or now or whatever. Now we got head as a verb. It means to sail in a particular direction or northward, indicating they got a boat right here, so it's like northward, right?
Right.
But I don't see no N on here, but they still head in. So he's somehow saying that there's an N implied to be on here. And that would be, he went northward. That's what they're getting that from. We see this him. So this is a verb. Now we got the subject, right? His Majesty, with a pronoun on it, a suffix pronoun, him F, His Majesty. So what do we got next? Joy or Shesman?
That's a pun, right?
Yeah, and what is that?
That's the hair.
But what is that? I was saying all the word categories.
Pronoun.
Preposition.
I mean preposition.
So if we're looking for, over here, we're looking for infinitive after a preposition. Well, here go the only preposition we've seen so far. So what's the word after that? How would you read that? And you could use the training wheels to help if you want.
We're talking about cock, what is it? Cock?
Yeah, hock or something like that. However you know, yep. And now what do we have in the end? It's hard to, all you really see is me.
All right, let me see. Can you raise it up a little bit? I can't see the sentence.
You can't see the sentence.
At the bottom,
No, you're trying to see the English.
Okay, so because I'm trying to see what those words mean. So
well, let's try to work on it for a minute.
You saying we working it by looking at where the positions are.
No, that's fine. That's fine because the training we doing ain't about definitions. It's about grammar. So if you didn't know Demi, Demi is like a village.
Okay, town. Okay,
and so they got Demi. He put towns.
Okay. All right, so
I wouldn't have got that from this determinative here. I just knew the word demi, and I don't see a D here. It just says me. So now it lets us know a form of this me goes back to demi. But if we want to do what we were studying is this infinitive after the preposition. You indicated it right here at hair plus what? Hot. So notice this. Show me the infinitive in the translation.
All right, infinitive is...
No, I'm sorry, I apologize. Show me the preposition in their translation. Okay. It's not there. Basically, what they had to do to show you the preposition is do a literal. See it say L-I-T, literally on plundering.
Yeah.
But since we see hair plus an infinitive, this is another way to know that we can extract. It ain't. I mean, we're not gonna really say upon plundering.
Mm-hmm.
We just gonna, and this is another. This is what would you call this? A third strong, because this K ain't gonna fall off, so we wouldn't even have a way to know that this was an infinitive, something that we should ing or what have you.
Right.
So the hair plus this hawk lets us know that plunder should be
That's
plundering.
that's what makes it the ing. That hair plus, and that's what makes it the ing.
Well, that's another way we could tell it is an infinitive that can take an ing. You don't have to always ing. I mean, if you could find another way to state that action, but gerunding it seems to work sometimes.
Yeah.
Putting the ing.
Okay. So in that case, the hair or pun or anything like that wouldn't be stated or read.
Yeah, you're just gonna say northwards plundering.
Right.
Because we wouldn't say His Majesty went northwards upon plundering or on plundering towns.
Right.
We just say he went northward plundering towns. And it is this hair plus the infinitive, the preposition plus the infinitive that gave us that indication. Let's see what he's talking about now. Hop plus infinitive here. Now, hold on. Are they going into a different one? Because he says hop plus infinitive. Would seem to indicate that he did he just mess that up?
He did.
Yeah, he did. I don't even see. So
Yeah,
we
he
know
meant to
what
say-
we're
he meant to
doing.
say hair plus
Yeah,
infinitive.
Yeah, he meant to say hair plus infinitive because hop is the infinitive, and he knows that. He just his typos is a problem, and they happen sometimes. If
Yeah,
this
but-
says hair plus infinitive, it would have been right. It says here expresses a concomitant circumstance when action of the infinitive occurs in the same tense of the main clause. So it ain't even no hawk in this word. So he definitely, in his example, he definitely meant to put hair here. So now we can leave all the words on the screen and we just had a chance to see them. And so I'm just going to take off some of the answers real quick and see if anything that we're learning is helping us identify
parts of speech.
what these sentences mean. Yeah. And so, Joey, what's up?
What's up, man? I was just taking myself off mute to say that.
All right, real quick. Now, for the people watching the show, Joey is one of the brothers who told me he just watched this show and grabbed Medu Netter books, and he's been showing some good proficiency at the beginner level. Like he's not like just some of the people who be lying and acting like charlatans. He be reading it and just learn from watching these shows and supplementing that with books. So what's up? You want us to take a stab at this? See, you probably don't know that first word. I can help you with it, but go ahead. Huh?
M-F.
Gim. Yep, you do. Gim.
Yep.
Suit M. Pert M. Saber
Sabah.
M. So
what did you got at the end? You said Sabah, and then what you say?
And Perez.
You said Imparef?
No. Oh, I only see the M. I didn't see the rest of it. That's why. I only saw the M, N, per F. I didn't see all that.
So now we're talking about don't forget we're talking about hair plus infinitive. So we're gonna see a preposition. It don't gotta be hair. We'll identify a preposition before some infinitive in this sentence. But what we're gonna do is say what this means to you.
Okay. Something about him. Something about a man in the South.
Well, let's start from the first. Gim.
Say it again.
Gim is the first word. Let's always do the grammar first. Is Gim? What is Gim? What word class is Gim in?
A verb.
Okay. So you got a verbal sentence. You can identify that because it's starting with a verb. Now, what's the order of verbal sentences?
We're gonna work.
Huh?
We're gonna work together, Joey.
Say it again.
We're gonna work together. Let's attack it together. Go ahead.
Okay.
So it's a verb. If it's a verb, what's even if you don't know what the sentence says, you should know the word order when it starts with a verb is what?
It's got to be
the
German.
simple word order. Don't give me the long, because it could get more complicated as we learn. The simplest verb order is close to the drink that's expensive.
Yeah, VSOP.
Yeah, VSOA.
OA.
VSOP is literally the drink.
Right.
We just use it to
Did he say
remember.
P? VSOP.
You got to remember VSOA. We just using that to remember.
Verb, subject, object, add.
Yep, and add verb or add verbal comment, and then I will make it best, right? Because it could be an adjective, adverb, adverbial comment. So now let's talk about that. We identified that this first word is a verb. Do you know what gim means?
Looking, finding.
Yep, exactly. So it is like to find, Joey. So gim, now you see a suffix pronoun on it, right?
Right.
So what does that say?
So find him.
No, say it different. You said find him, but you got to remember our word order is different than theirs.
Okay. That'd be more like seek him.
He finds. So if the pronoun is suffixed on the verb, then it's the pronoun doing the action basically. It's not passive. It's doing it. So he finds or he found. You feel me?
Okay, he found him.
So you saying he found him?
Right.
You can't say he found him because Sue is a pronoun that could mean him, but what else could Sue mean?
His?
Mm-mm. I mean, it could. I mean, yeah, but that ain't it. Keep going.
No.
It can mean.
I know what's.
It can mean it.
Yeah.
So I would think that's probably it.
Yeah.
It could be him when we look, but we know our choices. So you're doing hecka good. He found it. The rest of the sentence will let us know whether what he found. So or if it's a him or it. So what's next?
While.
Be something like in.
While.
M would be like in, right?
After the Sue, what do you see?
M. Pert. M.
So what is impart?
While traveling.
Well, what is the grammar parts? That's what's gonna let us know what's going on.
I'm not the grammar guy, so.
All right, but we learning. So if you don't know, then I can say. And what is M? What is an M? You do kind of know. What is an M?
Prepositional phrase.
No, an M is a preposition.
Right.
Now here, an M plus an infinitive would be a prepositional phrase. The type of prepositional phrase it is called M plus infinitive, or a preposition plus an infinitive. Now, if we know that this infinitive right here means to what?
Travel.
No, going or coming. It don't necessarily. I mean, you feel me? Going out or coming forth.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
You could say that means travel too, but but the standard definition we put is going out or coming forth.
Yeah.
And so, what will we get from he found it or him? Correct.
While going.
While going. Okay, let's keep reading. What would your next preposition be?
Probably to.
While going. M ain't to. N is to. N or R is to. The preposition N is to. The preposition R is to. R is in relating to distance. N is relating to someone.
Before, maybe?
This is M. You don't remember? M is in or by or those. You don't remember? The easiest way to remember M is the alphabet. LMNOP. M is in. MN.
But I'm just trying to see how you could put that in front of a saber. Or,
that's going to reveal something to you. First of all, you always could put a preposition in front of any noun, but this is a different type of a saber.
Unless you found it in the sky.
No. You thinking about. So let me help. Look at this saber and entertain this. Do you think this says per N per F?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
I don't think that.
So then you're entertaining this could possibly be a determinative on this word in front of it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So that's when we come to the dictionary and qualify our suspicions. So if it's SBA and we need to find it with a door on it, so well, one of the first ones we seen, I mean, well, this is a ot seba, so that ain't fair. But we see doors on this word saber right here, right? And I mean, we see, I said door, I kind of gave it away. But what we're gonna see is, oh, go back. What does that say?
Oh, door frame.
But it's archaic. It lets us know that a door frame is also a saber. So now if you see a saber with a house on it, look, what is this one?
Share.
Saber, it means a door, a doorway, or a gateway. How's we knowing that? So we also got to start thinking about doorways to knowledge and entering classrooms and all of these things. But right now we don't want to get that taken off. So we just, I mean, we don't want to take away from it. Everyone can see that a saber, when you got a per as the determinative, is an archaic noun for a doorway.
Okay. I was thinking that school, I was thinking teacher, you know, because a teacher is in a school, so yeah.
That is where, that's where people get them crazy theories about stargates, right? Because they see that word and they think it means
that's where that started to come in. And so some people translate those as portals because it's a door and they use a star.
Yeah, Stargate.
It's not, look, door or gate, saber. So they say, okay, well, it's a gate and it got a star. Notice everyone we coming to says archaic next to it, meaning it's kind of antiquated or not. Now here go the exact one. Look, isn't this the exact rendering that we have? Except the star is in between the S and the B. So if we come back here and look at this word, S, B, then they got the saber and the A, and we got now, Joey, do you still think this is a part right here?
No. Yeah. That would make sense.
No, it's not, because we just demonstrated how this is the determinative for the word saber.
Right. So that's all one word there.
Yeah, this is saber in per F. The door of his house.
All right. And we know it means house because of the literal slash, right?
Yeah, that's another way you know it means house.
I don't know if they have a name for that. I probably just made that up.
So no, you didn't make that up. So let's read it from the top and see how the su should be used, and let's see if we found the infinitives and all. Who could do this? You want to do the grammar? Not even read it. Do the grammar from the beginning to the end. Every part of speech. Gim. What part of speech is that?
That's a pronoun?
No, gim is a verb, blood. This is a verbal sentence, and whatever is in the first position gonna let us know what type of sentence it is.
All right, let me try.
Okay.
All right, so we got the verb, gim. We got the F.
Hold on. See, you just switched. You said verb, now what is the F?
Then we got the verb F. I mean verb.
A verb is gim. What is F? What is F?
F is a pronoun.
Suffix pronoun.
Okay, suffix pronoun.
And what is su?
It is a noun.
Su is a
pronoun. I guess a pronoun.
This one is a dependent pronoun. And somebody could fix that. It ain't independent. Su is a dependent pronoun. So it's dependent on this clause in front of it. He found it or he found him. But that's our dependent pronoun, and some could say that is our indirect, our object. But let's keep going.
Okay.
So then what's after su?
Then the M, which is a preposition.
Word up. And then what's after that?
And then we have peret, which was which is another verb. So that's
what type of verb?
M plus infinitive.
Oh, that's the phrase. Perfect. It's an M plus an infinitive, and this is an infinitive verb, and so then we got another M.
Right. Which is another preposition.
Come on, Joey, where you at?
I'm not the grammar guy, so I'm learning from you guys.
But we learning it. So the more that you attempt it, the more you're gonna learn it. So let's pick up from that M. You know what that is, right?
In.
You are the grammar guy, but this is the thing. Sometimes, like, we don't know how to say what we're saying, but the fact that you can speak and stuff, you already know how grammar goes. You see what I'm saying? So if this preposition is an M, and we said that this is a door after this, what is a door? It ain't an action, it's a person, place, or a thing.
It's
right?
a noun.
It's a thing, so that's a noun. So we got a preposition plus a noun. Now what we got? Another what?
Infinitive.
The N is what?
Oh, I forget what N is.
Preposition.
Is a preposition.
M plus infinitive.
So any of these things that we find connecting nouns is prepositions. If it says a door by his house, the door of his house, see, it's connecting the door with his house.
Right.
So when you find those little connectors, they most always is preposition. Here go find another one. It says
those are prepositions, not
prepositions is gonna connect nouns or clauses.
So
So
let
look,
me-
watch this preposition connect this clause real quick. He found it or him. Now, once we read the whole sentence, we can tell if it's it or him that he found. But let's watch it. It says he found it or him by, so this is a preposition. Connecting this first clause, he found it. That's an independent clause. I could just say he found it and it's over. Right?
It's in a with a period. Yes.
So we got an independent verbal clause. He found it. Now we're going to keep going and add some more detail to it. By or M, M, and then we got parette. So if this is first of all, preposition is connecting this clause to the final clause or the secondary clause, but it's also acting as M plus an infinitive or a preposition plus an infinitive to state that whatever this next action is an ing action.
What he was doing, yeah.
Now I'm gonna pull up what's his name now because he's gonna come in handy. Hotch, because he show you how to treat each one of those different infinitives differently. And so can y'all see the book right now?
Yeah.
So he's going to show us the M plus the infinitive is a little different right here. M plus infinitive is exactly what I said. Look, M plus infinitives of a verb of motion, which is coming forth. It says mostly the equivalent of hair plus the infinitive. So it means it's coming. See how you got the ing on there? It said less commonly, M has a temporal meaning of at the coming forth. And so we don't think that this is at. We think this is just letting us know that this infinitive means he found it or him coming, by coming. You can say by coming or coming, whichever one works. Or by going.
Oh, so this is so this is that situation where you don't really have to in the translation pronounce the N.
What you mean?
Or the M. The M you don't really you can just say he.
Oh, you don't have to translate the M always unless it's still useful. It might be translated in this one because how could you say he found it or him going by the door of his house? So that now this could be a him because it say his house. See, so that could be referring back to this person's house, but I don't want to confuse the su. The su could either mean him or it. he found him going by the door of his house. By going to the door of his house. He probably went to dude's house and found him.
Probably that it, because you said, like you just said, going to. That
Now,
two.
we can scroll down and see how close it is.
Yeah.
Him. He said him. Because now this is why we knew we could say him. Is because when we got to the end, it gave us context of what the it was. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now look, it said he found him going forth from. Now, when we came here and we said he found it or him, and we said that this part means coming or going, right?
Right.
So we never entertained going. All we entertained was coming, right? So, did we say going by going?
Well, we said it's either coming forth or going forth.
Cool. So now we see that it was going, but the individual was going forth from the door of the house. That means he found him walking out his house, basically. Feel me?
Yeah.
But how would we have known that just by the grammar? Because it got he's and hims. So now, and whose house is it?
Right. Well, it's the verb's suffix, I think.
So I would think that this house is obviously the man who's going forth from it, right?
Oh.
Going forth from the door of his house. See? So if I was going forth from the door of my house, then the house would be Sue's.
Sure.
So it's Sue's house. So basically the person looking for him went towards Sue or his house. You see what I'm saying? Hold up. Going forth from the forest. I see that though?
Tricky one. Yeah, that's it.
No, it ain't even tricky. So what's the tricky part about it?
Because when I read it in English, right, he found him going forth from the door of his house. It can be no,
that's the King's English messing you up. Just say it how you would say this in AAVE. He found him he found him by the front door of his house, bro. He found him leaving out the front door.
All right.
This is all means the same thing. He found him leaving out the front door. I mean, it says going forth. That's indicating the front, right? I mean, going forth. You can't go forth out the back. I mean, you know what I mean. But even still, he's going forth, and they indicate. So this is the house.
But how do you get whose house it is?
That's a good question. So let's look at the pronouns used. In the first one, it says he found, and notice they say he has found. But it ain't no N in here. But he found him. So that's the one person. The subject, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's look at that. Who is the subject?
Well, the subject would be in this pronoun here. Because he found in him. What if you found the ball? Whatever you're looking for and doing the action for is going to be the object. So he found him.
Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
He found him. Correct. Going forth.
Okay.
Because you don't have to say forth.
So
you say he found him going, but then you got an M.
So the him is the one that's doing the action. I mean, not the him. The him as in the person.
Yeah. Sue is doing the action.
Yeah. Okay. And how do we see that in the grammar?
Look, it's two actions happening. One action is the primary action of looking for him.
Right.
And that's the
Right.
subject doing the looking, as the sentence don't even have to be said.
Right.
So it's like he found him. They talk about what he did. The first he is the person looking.
Okay.
Him is the object that he's looking for.
Okay.
And the adverbial comment is going forth from the door of the house.
And the him that he was looking for is the one that was doing those actions behind.
The him that he was looking for has an adverbial comment of the state that he was in when he found him. So he found him, adverbial comment, going forth from the door of the house.
Right.
He could have found him doing another adverbial comment. He could have found him talking to the lady. The grammar wouldn't change. It would just be another object in there now. You know, I mean, another, and that other object is in there with when we talking about the door of the house. But that's inside the adverbial comment, and it's going to occur as an indirect object, right? He found him since we got him definitely identified as who's doing the action. What he found was the object, so he found him going forth. Now, going forth is that King's English stuff. Right?
Right.
But you don't want to say he found him going from the door of the house. You just gonna have to say he found him coming up out the house, bro.
Right. So see, that's where when I would take like SATs or something back in the day, trying to figure out which one was doing the action and so forth. So in this case, he found him, the one that found him, but is doing the finding action, but the one that was doing everything else is the him going by his house or going by his...
because I know how that confuses it, because the primary action, and what's the secondary action? The primary action is looking for the person and finding them.
Right.
So this secondary action is all inside the adverbial comment about how he found him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he found him going forth from the door of the house. He found him looking at a book. He found him reading a book sitting on the dock.
And that was his house.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was the person who he found's house. It appears.
Yeah, that's what a lot of times will
well,
confuse.
we need more context actually to keep it real, but we worked out the grammar of this. But something later or something earlier could have told us. It's just say his house, and there's two hises in here.
Right.
So that's kind of unclear.
But this would have come from a larger text that would have told us who the he and the him is, right?
So what?
I said this would have come from a larger text, would have told us who the him and the his, right?
Yeah, we would have known whose house. I mean, we'd have known the sentence before this.
But I would have thought that the grammar. I thought grammar was so tough.
No, grammar could do that, but grammar ain't all the because grammar has to be flexible. So let me show you. There could be a sentence before this saying there was once a man in another man's house. See? And if we don't know that sentence before that said that, and then we would read he found him going forth from the door of his house. That previous sentence would make it be the man who's looking house. You feel me? But if there was a previous sentence that said, a man was looking for another man, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be as simple as I can.
So let's put it this way. So let's put it this way, Smash. Let's just say Joey was looking for him to collect some money, and he found him. Let's say Joey was looking for Smash to collect some money, and he found him at the doorway of his house. Then we would understand who was the
but see, since you said Smash, which is a personal pronoun, now it let them know that it ain't too much confusion of the he and the his. But we're gonna have to take Sue as if it was more stronger than the suffix pronoun. It ain't a personal pronoun, it's a dependent pronoun. And we're gonna say Sue, just check Sue out and put a name there. He found John going forth from the door of his house. We would all think that it was John's house. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I feel it.
Oh, so could John going from the door of his house stand on its own?
John going forth from the door of his house.
No.
I mean, yes, it could in a sense, but it's not the best English. Because you got a subject, right, John. You got the action going forth. And then you got the door.
Not don't use the going forward. Just say like John going.
Yeah, because
John
you can say John leaving the
left from or leaving
You see,
from.
you're gonna change it. You ain't gonna say going because that's an action that's happening.
Mm-hmm. So it's not really good English then. Yeah. It
In
can't
English,
stand.
we say John going out the front door of his house. John
Right.
is. Then it would work.
Mm-hmm.
But we would have to put that in or was.
Right. So it can't. In this case, it can't really.
But that
stand.
still don't seem like a complete sentence. You're gonna have to put another clause on there, but I don't want to. I don't want to, because I don't think I'm answering that right.
Okay.
About the John going forth from the door of his house.
Because if this would have come from a larger text, the paragraph, the sentence before would have explained this sentence.
Going forth from the door of his house stand alone as a sentence? That's what we're asking each other.
No.
No. Well, the going. Finding. I guess not though.
Not really.
Well, this King's English is messing us up. What if I said coming out the front of his house? We know that that's not a complete sentence, right?
Right.
No.
So therefore, this shouldn't be a complete sentence. So then this is dependent on he found him.
Yeah.
So it's a dependent clause. It's the secondary clause is dependent on the independent clause. Because he found him could stand alone.
True.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to confuse the chat. So let's,
and my man said it's going over his head, but sometimes it'll do that, Dave, and then sometimes it's gonna come right back down to right what you feeling. You feel me? So allow it to just do that sometimes, but I don't think everything going over your head. And it probably will more. The more Medu Netcher you learn, you could be able to come back to these videos and be like, oh, this is more useful to me now because I'm at the level that they was at when they was talking.
But
you know what I'm
see,
saying?
but you see, the problem what he found him, it could stand alone, and you could also use it as a sentence. So that's where my confusion.
So that's not a problem. That's our solution. He found him can stand alone. That is the independent clause.
For sure.
So that means the second part is the dependent clause. It can't stand alone. Going forth from the door of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so if let's just deal with the dependent clause. He found him. The first pronoun is looking for the second pronoun, and he found him. So going forth from the door of his house is an adverbal comment on the second pronoun.
Boom. That's it right there.
Well, that means that is his house, the second pronouns.
That's it right there. That makes it clear right there. That's why I was saying the grammar's got to because they only give you those one sentences. They don't give you a lot of context. So, and they ask you, what is the infinitive? What is the prepositional phrase? What is the subject? What is the object?
So this part then, what we call the adverbal comment is always commenting on that him right there. The object basically.
Check.
So if we go back to the book, that's going to check out. And we're going to see that when we see those boxes. That's why these things stay in boxes like a formula. And when we know, if I could pull it up, I'm probably too far.
Should be clear now. Now it should not be over his head. He should have it. Just like I got it.
So this is Hachi reading from, right, Smash?
Yeah, this is Hotch or Hulk. Yeah.
Okay, just check it.
Yeah, but my version ain't searchable, so It's because I could go online and my version not be searchable. It make me look for things for too long.
Oh, okay.
But you can make it searchable, but my Adobe right now is weak. So here you go. Verb, subject, right? Now what we'll learn, well, this one don't say adverbial comment. I want people to be able to see that. Because box number 4 got an adverbial comment in it, and if we remember that adverbial comment is modifying the object and not the subject. So it will be the object's house and not the subject's house.
Right.
Well, let's ask ourselves, how would it be stated if it was the subject's house?
It would probably be in front of the. It would probably go along with the subject's statement. It would stand alone with the subject.
It would have to be outside of this adverbial comment that is talking about the second him.
Right.
So it will be like, by the door of his house. That's how they would say that. That would be like, by the door, he found him by the door of his house. I mean, but he found him by his house, and then they would start that other comment about that person going forth from the door.
Yep.
It would be he found him by his house going forth from the door if it was the subject's house, possibly. But this is why we do these workshops, to come to these situations so that when we put up the real text, we be thoroughly. Now let's leave all the training wheels up with this one, and it don't got no training wheels on the parts of speech. So what is this starting with, Joey?
It's his, right?
You looking at the English, bro. Don't do that. So the reason why you don't want to do that, because it's going to betray you. And you know English got a different word order than Medu Netcher. You can look at the English for the translation, but if I ask you, like, what is this verb? What is that first? A verb, a noun? It's going to mess you up, because the his is way over here at the F. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, at least just look at the Medu Netcher.
And then refer to these down here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so we got Waja, we got that Waj or Uja, right?
Yeah.
I'm using that transliteration. I'm not too familiar with some of the letters. So.
Yeah, Uja.
Well, let's go slow. Every time you see the legs, you probably ain't gonna see the legs when the word in front of it ain't a verb. Because the legs is kind of telling you this is a word of action.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So think about that. And I think dude messed up. He said you would see a scribe. I think he was trying to say you're going to see like these legs, bro.
Probably so.
Because think about, so if the legs let us know it's a word of action, then what word category is the first word?
Verb.
Exactly.
It'd be gerund, but I'm not sure.
Well, no, it's not yet. We're going to see why that ain't the case. Because first we just identified that this is a verbal sentence. It's starting with a verb. So when we do that, we know what we're going to do. We're going to whip out that drink, that VSOP, but we're going to knock off the P. It got to be an A. Verb, subject, object, adverbial comment.
Right.
So now we can start to break that down. If we got a verb in the front, and then you got, look, let me break this down. He leaving out these ends to give us a teaching moment.
Then you got the subject.
This says watch.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, why did he say proceeded? Watch means that's the word he's using for proceeded.
Right, because I thought it was like blessing or something like that.
So you can tell because which one of these words up here is a verb.
Right. Because of the leg, that's letting us know. And it's starting with the sentence is starting with a verb.
So if we got watch in the beginning, then we know it's VSOA. This is the verb. So what's next? We see him F.
Mm-hmm.
That is the subject because it's His Majesty.
Yep.
His Majesty is one thing. That is a person, right? So that's the subject. Now there's M. That's a preposition.
Plus,
And then we got what? Is this a verb? It's a northward.
Northward is
so MCAT is one that will be like proceeded north. Remember, this R is a directional tool.
So it's action.
It's a directional tool.
Right.
The to an individual is in. If you want to give something to me,
right,
you don't say
It's the
if
water.
you want to walk up to me, you say
Right.
Like if you want to put hands on me and walk up to me, you're gonna say If you want to give me something good and not like an ass whooping, you say in. Really, because if you put the you approaching something in the regard of an approach. So notice this. It says His Majesty proceeded northward to, and look what happened after the to.
The man falling down.
Get your ass whooped, see? So when you got that type of a to, they coming in your direction for a particular reason. And normally in these texts, when they coming to you directionally, the result be an overthrowing, an ass whooping of some type of such. And it happened right here in front of our face. His Majesty proceeded north to, which is this and it says shikret or shikret, and that's a word for overthrow. Now I see mantu. Shetet. So I don't know how they got mantu as the Bedouins.
I was just gonna say that too.
Interesting. We have to look and see what other meanings from.
Well, we can do that right now for the fun of it. It must be a mantu rendition that got to do with something like that. But Mentu, we know him as being the god of the south. So look, there you go. There's a Mentu that's just a suffix pronoun that means they. But let's keep going because
that's not the one that we're looking for.
I know.
We gotta find that men. Yeah, that might be. That's interesting because you would think that with the letters that they use, the metal Netcher that they use, that might be something from the south.
Well, this MNT is used in heck of different ways. I'm starting to see right now, and so they go distress and the calamity. So let's go back to overthrow the. Now I'm thinking the whole word is going to be. That's talking about that. And the Bedouins of Asia is all in the Setu word. Because if I pull up Setu, I'm saying Setu because I know them as a group of people, but this actually says Setechet.
Yeah.
But when we put this in here, you're going to see all three of those last words will come back to that. Look, so it says Asia, and now it's letting us know that this word is already saying, look, Setu is Asiatics. So that Bedouin is just like a sand dweller, so to speak. And so I think he translated all of that from the word said to you. One of them will say, Satechet. One of them will say something about Asiatic Bowman. It should. Here it goes.
Okay.
You see it?
Mm-hmm.
But they just got a different rendition of it. So now, if we want to scrutinize this first word for Bedouins, this ain't really the word for Bedouins. So I think there is something about Mantu is a war god, right? And we clearly see a Netcher right here with the three under them.
Right.
And when you overthrow, I wonder is Mantu part of this word to overthrow? We definitely don't got nothing to do with no Bedouins. But nevertheless, we did break that down, and that was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe because of the way it's described, they're bringing it into modern terms.
No, it had to be in the writings that
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but the term Bedouins would be a modern term that they use for the
Right.
people who are in the land now, not who were in the land back then.
Right, but I'm just saying, as far as where the direction area will be in Asia, it had to be outside of Kemet in the writings that sentence came from. There had to be some context to that.
Yeah, it said Asia. It said Asia south of the Sahel. That's what it said.
So look, we about to look at some non-verbal sentences, and they're not about to be hard, and we about to break them down hella quick. You can read that top one, Joey.
Suten.
Come on, Joe.
Right?
We don't speak like that. We don't talk like that in the middle Netcher.
Nisu.
There you go. There's some honorific.
Pert.
Huh?
Nisut. Hor pert.
Hair pert. Yep. Now, how would you translate that?
The king is in the house.
Why would you say in the house after everything we talk about today?
Right, that's a good question.
So what we have is a different type of sentence. It says it right on the screen. It says a non-verbal sentence. What is this sentence starting with?
A noun.
Okay, so they probably call this a nominal sentence. Now, if we got the noun identified as the king, what's after that noun?
A preposition.
And then what's after that?
Another noun?
No. Remember, if you see PR with a T on
verb.
it, what happens to it, Joey?
Oh gosh.
If you see PR with a T on it, it changed. It's not a noun anymore. It changed into a verb, and it's in the infinitive. So this is how we get pert im heru. You don't say house of heru.
That means going.
I mean, you don't say house of the day. You say coming or going. Yeah, exactly. So now we got the king hair pert. What is the king doing?
Coming forth.
He's either coming or going.
Right.
The rest of the sentence will let us know whether the king was coming or going. Right?
And it says right there, prepositional plus infinitive.
So what do we have here next?
At the end of a verb.
Sabek.
So what? So here's the thing.
Or did I read that wrong?
A sentence is probably not going to start with a preposition.
Right. So now.
These are non-verbal sentences. And we're not talking about adjectival sentences. So it's probably going to start with a noun.
Nominal. Yeah.
Now, this is really, really easy because if you got a noun and they put a determinative, normally the noun is talking directly naming the determinative. See, this noun, Sutin, it got this, so it's talking about a king. What is this noun talking about?
Did I say it correct? Oh, Sabek? Or did I,
you said Sobek, and the word Sobek is nowhere on here.
Yeah, S and H, and then you got a crocodile determinative. Not saying I know what it is, but Masab.
I'm trying to figure out how y'all don't know what this is. So we got 3 consonants in a determinative.
Yeah, a crocodile.
Now, thank you. That's what I was about to say. Like, I'm trying to figure out how come. So the determinative is helping you know what the 3 consonants is about, and it's a crocodile right there.
Category, yeah.
No, it could be something related to crocodiles, but MSH is a word for crocodile.
That's why I didn't want to be definitive, because I never knew that.
You did it right. You worked it out because we know it's a non-verbal sentence. So the first one is a noun, and then it's telling us it's a person, place, or a thing, and then they got a picture of a crocodile after it.
Right.
So that word mashak must be a word for crocodile. Now, what do we have after that? Anybody?
Prepositional infinitive.
There you go. Now, which one is it?
Innate.
Yep, M-itty. And so if we know that that's a preposition of an infinitive, what would you say?
Say that one more time.
So this is an infinitive built off of the word to come, E-E. 2 I's, E-E, 2 reed leaves. So if you take E-E to come and put a and you put the T on it and make it eat or eat, what are you doing? Right there. In that infinitive, you gerund that.
Yeah.
Gerunding is adding the ing.
Yeah. That crocodile's after you.
So basically, so how would you say it?
Crocodile going or coming.
The crocodile is coming. This don't mean going. Is to come.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, so what's this one at the bottom then? Let's do the same thing.
Now see, I'm so used to the U.
The U is helping right now, though. So the lessons about the U, apply them right now, and it's gonna help you hella much.
So then I'm gonna say that's a statement of fact, and it's gonna
Yep.
be a nominal phrase.
Yep. Now you got the statement of fact. Now what's after the U?
And then that's a sa F. So maybe his son or okay. And that per is or that erdy. No, that is going to be either a two, either you're giving. No, is going to be, you're not going to be putting hands on.
Yeah, you think about that. What I said about the putting hands is the is a two, but it is directional, like coming towards you.
Right. And so
think towards, because towards also got a two in it. But every time you say towards, is directional. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's a two, but it's like towards.
Yeah. His son. His son.
Hold on. What?
That's like saying his son is coming to him.
Well, but you gotta finish the verb because it's not just the by itself. It is a preposition plus the infinitive. Remember? So we gotta change both of them. You don't say to coming. You'll probably be like, his son is coming. But we know his son is coming to him in the sense of that direction.
Right.
Let's look at the top one, which is another way of saying that a crocodile is coming, right? But it ain't necessarily coming to the person talking, or I don't even want to say that because this doesn't necessarily mean it's coming towards the person talking, but it does. This is directional, and the other one is different. So when we go to the side, we see, okay, we transliterated them, right? Mishad, that is the first noun. Iti, and they should also, now we got the IU, Sa F, Iti. His son is coming. So now they said will be. That's the only difference. We got all of these right. Because we'll never say the king is upon going forth. We just said the king is going, remember? Or we said the king going forth. And then we said the crocodile is coming. It says the crocodile is coming. And this one says his son will be coming. So they're saying it's perspective.
How they got that?
They saying this R is perspective. I mean, this R is indicating that it is something that will be happening. You want to add to that, Chris? Or do you think they was looked at that R as perspective or what? I'm trying to see how they got the will be coming.
Yeah, using the air plus infinitive does give the sense of future because it's also used in a Sejam form where it's UF air Sejam F, and it gives a sense of something that's going to occur in the future.
Word up. So if we go right back to where we was looking at the in the book, I'm gonna show people where it says exactly what Chris was just saying. And so one reason why I keep referring to that, because you can just, as students, we want to memorize. If we see M plus an infinitive, we want to know that. We see R plus an infinitive, we just can memorize those. I think it's right here actually, and in lesson 4. And then we won't be, it will make it a lot easier for us when we come across them. Well, I'll look this up on the second screen while we here we go. So the reason why we got the coming with hair plus an infinitive and M plus an infinitive, if we look at the rules, it's telling us right here. So the one we're scrutinizing is R plus the infinitive right now, and it expresses purpose. In order to go down, it says this is a very common use. More or less commonly, the R has the force of the comparatives or the superlative. Where they talking about cattle being too numerous to count. Now, in Egyptian, cattle numerous with respect to counting. So they said it is expressing a purpose. So the purpose of coming, they saying he will come in order to come. Because in order to come, and that was just indicated by them saying he will come somehow. But they also have kafet plus the infinitive, which expresses the temporal relationship. So it got to do with time. So they got when someone got there or upon arrival. We got imket, which kind of means after, plus an infinitive, which expresses a prior action. So we see imket plus the infinitive, whatever that action of the infinitive, it's after doing or after having done that action of the infinitive. So if the infinitive is seen, and we see imket ma, it's after seeing. Then when we get hair plus the infinitive, it expresses an action in progress. So if we say coming, if we see hair paret or going, that action is still in progress. And M plus the infinitive gives us the verb of motion. And that's the one we're scrutinizing now. M iti is coming. Or less commonly, M has the temporal meaning of act. And going by those breakdowns, if we look back at these, we all see how they got. This is M plus the iti, which gave us a is coming. And this is a plus a iti, which gave us a will be coming. Or in order to come. You feel me? And so I'm pretty sure he took that in order to come as a perspective. Something that indicates something about the future. I mean, Joey must have fell off for a minute, but he was just killing it. And he's like, I don't even call nobody no student. We all students. This is a workshop. I'm a student. It's just levels to the game, basically.
Word up.
Yeah. So, I've been doing this for a minute. We can start working on other things. I like to whip out real text and show how this is useful when we looking at the walls. It ain't just for breaking down things and trying to look like you know something. When we finally look at the walls, all of this help us to determine what they saying without no training wheels no more, because we did that. So we got the infinitive as a verb. This is the infinitive being the subject of, or the subject of the infinitive. So the subject of the infinitive, it says, it's not traditional as expressed in regular verb sentence, but it's expressed as an agent with the help of the preposition by. So if we understand that, they're going to have an infinitive. Something's about to be the subject of an infinitive here. Let's see if we can identify it. Now, reciting of glorifications, I don't know how they get into that. This first word, sejet, I didn't know this to be for recitations. Let me see. I'm going to see in the dictionary. I don't know what they're getting from that. But in the dictionary, an alliance of convenience. A well. How does that get? Oh, okay. Now here's a verb that means to greet, to break, to rescue.
He's been a little bit fancy. The word shed or sheddi at its base level just means to read.
And what did they say? Oh, okay. So Aku, we know where they're getting glorifications from.
Okay.
Yeah, and so they got Aku right there. An, by is the an. So this is like damn near English word order almost. Because it says it's in the same word order as the translation, but the numerous is out of place. But if you read it, it says reading,
Recite, reading.
glorifications, I guess, by Harry Hebet, lector priest, Asha, numerous, or a bunch of lector priests. But it was reciting of glorifications. But all right. So where is the what's the subject of the infinitive? Here reciting is the infinitive, and since it ends, it says, well,
wait, so reciting is the verb.
That's the but infinitives are verbs. I hope that's been clear the whole time.
Okay.
My bad if I didn't make that clear.
Okay.
And so so now it has a T on it. So can I ask what is the word class for Sedgwick? Is it a second strong? Like is it a third week?
I'm gonna say it's strong, but I don't know if
no, it ain't strong because
it's third week.
Is what?
Okay.
It's third week.
It's third week. Okay, so we would have had a form of this that was Seji or something, or Seju.
Seji, yeah.
Seji, okay. So that third week fell off. Remember, we learned that Shesmu, and now we see it with a T. Because in third weeks, they will end in a T, and we don't say Seji no more. We probably say Sejet or whatever, Sejdet or whatever. Excuse my whack pronunciations. But for what we know that this is the infinitive, at least one of them so far, and we see it got an ing on it. So if he said it meant to read, he put it into the infinitive reciting.
Right.
And
yeah, I thought if it had like either an F or a preposition in front of it or the little man.
So that means glorifications is the subject of this infinitive. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, glorification is the object of the infinitive.
Okay, so what is he saying subject of the infinitive for?
So because what he's saying is who commits, who's doing the readings, and then that's the lector priest.
Okay, so the lector priest is the subject of the infinitive?
Right.
But why is the infinitive so far away from the lector priest?
Well, actually, it's not. It's following the regular the verb order.
Okay, so basically, this glorifications isn't that a noun?
Yes, object.
So we got verb, object, not subject.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This is this isn't VSOP. This isn't VSOA. This is VOSA, right?
Okay, no. So in this case, what was going on is the lector priest is not pronominal, right? It's a regular subject. So it's not pronominal subject. It's just a nominal subject. So this would be the O. This would be the big O. So because we write the whole thing out, it's V, S, D, O, big S, big O.
Okay,
big
I feel you.
Right. So this is the nominal subject. So nominal subjects come after pronominal subjects. So the word order still holds.
Okay. That's wonderful. But I don't see no pronominal subject in here.
No, there's not.
Okay, I just was making sure I had that right. Great.
Yeah, there's no pronominal subject. Pronominal subject would be the little s. This is
would be like
this
a
is a nominal
subject, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Cool. That's dope.
So the nominal subject is the Hari Heb.
So a subject of the infinitive. Let me read this. The subject of the infinitive is not traditional as expressed in a regular verbal sentence, but is expressed as a agent with the help of the preposition by. Okay, so after this preposition by, we read about the lector priest. You're right. Mm-hmm. So that's the subject of this infinitive. That's crazy that it could be that far away. Oh, well, no, it's not. Because he's the one doing the reciting.
Right.
Okay, if I look at it that way, yeah. Who's reciting it? Okay, is the lector priest.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the subject of that infinitive reciting. Okay, so the subject of the infinitive is the one performing the action of the infinitive.
Yep.
Great.
And normally you always see infinitives with objects normally, but when you see the preposition by, then that's an indicator that, okay, well, after that's going to come the subject of the infinitive.
Yeah, because it's telling you by. It's making it easy for you, right? It's a reciting of glorifications by numerous lector priests. So numerous lector priests is who did it, they the subject. Yeah, okay.
Now, go back to that sentence and can you parse out the word meanings, because I'm not familiar with a lot of those meta Netcher terms.
Okay, let's do that. So we just worked out that sajet is an infinitive formed on a third weak verb to read, seji. And so the third consonant I or Y fell off and it formed this word in the infinitive state, reciting. Now,
and what is that letter or letter above the T?
The letter above the T is the SHD, basically.
I mean, but what is that like? What is it? I mean, the is it a lizard, a salamander? What is that?
I can't tell you whether that was. I don't think it's a lizard or a salamander, but I could not say what that is. But when you see that,
it's an animal part. It's a part of a cow. I think it's the udder or one of the under parts of the belly of a cow, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that has nothing. It has nothing to do with reciting or anything. It's just a symbol that they want you to take the SHD sound from.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can memorize the.
Yeah, but you can look that up and then see what they got it classified as. Now, aku, you know that word, right?
Right.
But we get it just from the they just expanded it to like glorifications.
Yeah, I didn't know glorifications, but I've seen it. The words.
Yeah, well, I've seen it used for like glory and things of the such.
Okay. Yeah.
And then
I don't
that
see
word you see in the Medu Netcher, the word comes all the way to this papyrus roll in the 3 strokes.
Right.
Then you got another preposition.
Yeah, the
on, and then you have a noun, or what this is what we call a this is not a this ain't his personal pronoun, because this is just a generic title now. So it's just the Harry Hebbet elector priest.
Well, where is I don't see that in the Medu Netcher.
So you don't see this right here?
I see Hebet.
So this term, let me see. I'm gonna put it in the dictionary.
The Hori.
Right. The literal translation it's another version of a nisbe again, or a compound preposition. It literally means he who has the book, or he who is in possession of the book, is the literal translation of it. But it's a title though. Hardy Kev.
And what's the asau? Asau.
That means numerous.
Is that the lizard? Is that the?
All you gotta do is put the lizard and put 3 strokes, and you got that asha, ashau.
Okay, and that means priest.
It means numerous.
Numerous.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the stroke. Okay, and then the H, and that. What is that symbol with, like the chopping block, and the foot to be the leg. So I guess
but
that's
that chopping block is also a HR or just an H.
Yep, HR. You're right. It's HR.
It's HR. So when you see words, I'm gonna say that this word is somewhat abbreviated.
It is.
Yeah, and so when you say I don't see the whole hurry, because it's a term that represents a title, they just didn't write it out. Just like when we see Emmy sometimes, it's abbreviated, and they don't write out all of the glyphs of MER. You might just see that tongue looking thing, and it still mean MER.
All right.
But yeah, but I hope that was clear.
Yeah, it was. I would have to look that up. Yeah.
Now it says, I'm gonna make this smaller so everybody can see. It says the subject of the infinitive is introduced by the preposition on, while the object ak that we was looking at is represented by the direct genitive. Aku is represented by the direct genitive. Sometimes the subject can be added as a direct genitive, whether nouns or pronouns. So a direct genitive don't got nothing separating the two nouns, basically. It's still dealing with possession, and it's where I think the A noun belongs to the B noun. Like if you say mother of Horus, and you just put Mut Heru, you got two nouns next to each other. And if this is a direct genitive, then nothing separates it, or nothing, it's a bound construct too, and nothing should be able to come in the middle of it. Well, I don't want to say it's a bound construct right now. I'll just say it's a direct genitive. Genitive means possession or ownership. So now we talk about direct possession or direct ownership, where B often governs over A. If I can say that right, I didn't say that right. A often belongs to B in some senses. So Mut is the A noun. Heru, you're going to say the mother belonging to Horus or the mother of Horus. You know what I'm saying? If we say, I guess that's the best way to explain it. But we might just see the two nouns next to each other and know that we got to work them out like that.
Hey, I'm listening. I'm going to fix me something real quick.
Go ahead. Oh, you said you're going to do something? All right, cool. So, they're just talking about at his going forth, the object of an infinitive. The object is represented by direct genitive, as in case with pronouns, by a suffix. So the object is represented by a direct genitive, as in the case of pronouns, by the subject. Y'all, I know by the suffix. So let's see what's happening right here. Finding him by his majesty. This sentence telling us that him is it says the object is represented as by a direct genitive, as in the case of pronouns by a suffix. The suffix pronoun here is finding him. That him is the object, because it says by his majesty. I would think his majesty is the subject. And so what you say to that, Chris?
Yeah, so remember, this is the little O. This is the VSD. This is the little O. So
it's the what? It's the what? It's the what?
This is the O. This is the VSDO. So this O, this is the object. And in order of elements in the sentence, the nominal subject comes after the object.
Oh, so him is the object.
Yes, him is the object.
Yeah, that's what I just concluded that different. But yeah, but you just gave me a formula from remembering it, that in this word, the nominal subject, you said?
Yeah, nominal subject.
Has the object before it.
Yes.
And we seeing that it's the nominal subject by this use of this by, right?
Well, technically the by marks the adjunct part, but within this adverbial adjunct, you have the subject. It could be, so if you diagram this out, you would have two diagrams. You have the one where you just have the verb, then you have the object, and then you would put by His Majesty in the A slot. And then you have another breakdown where now you just stick His Majesty in the S slot, which would be nominal subject.
Word
So,
up.
so you'll have two, of those little cells, two rows of cells.
So for what he's trying to show, the object of the infinitive, the object is represented by the direct genitive. And he says in the case of pronouns by the suffix, he's referring to the suffix F on this gemet word, correct?
Yep. Of his father.
Word
By
up.
His Majesty.
Yep. Because he's talking about this object represented by the direct genitive. But he's basically saying, well, if this is a direct, I'm trying to see how, because gemet isn't really a noun, right?
Yeah, so the reason why it's a verb acting as a noun here is because gemet F is forming a genitive, finding of him.
Okay, yep.
Or him being found.
Yep, him.
Finding of him.
Okay, I feel you. So this gemet is in that sense of that is kind of like a noun.
Yes. Yep. And this is what makes this a verbal noun. It's still a verb, but you can put verbal nouns in locations where nouns normally appear. So, and one of those instances is a direct genitive or an indirect genitive.
Yeah, and that's dope. And that was a great explanation of that. All right, well, I'm gonna just start pull up some glyphs and some books so we could do. Oh, but you know what? I think we was discussing some negations of an infinitive the other day, and it's right on the screen, so I'm gonna continue. So y'all who be watching the show, the other day we was trying to figure out how we would negate a certain sentence and where would that negation go. Now here goes something I forgot about in that whole conversation, Chris. The Tim negation. I was just using the negation of the N. And so here he's going to teach us about Tim negation, where it says, the negation of the infinitive is expressed by means of the verb Tim, not to or not. So remember, we had something about with him in our word too. That's hella funny. It was about eating. And then we was trying to say, I think if I remember correct, something. How do we say he not eating it or something like that? It was close to it, but I do remember us working with this with him. Now we know that
in that case though, it was a finite verb form.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't infinitive.
Oh, okay. It was a finite verb form.
Right.
So in infinitive as opposed to finite, infinitive is the action ongoing, and finite is what? The action stopped or whatever. I mean,
yeah. So the difference is, finite verb forms can stand alone. So the infinitive form of the verb is how you see it in the dictionary. So to eat, or
you gotta have a to. So give me an example of a finite.
Listening. He listens, or listen.
Listen. Yeah, you don't have to.
You wouldn't say if you wrote to listen. That in itself is something else plus a verb.
Yeah, I feel you. Word up. So now in this negation where it says Tim, now I want some people to follow this, so I'm gonna make it a little bigger, and they ain't gonna really trip off us. When we was trying to show people that this Emmy sometimes also means this Winnem, but notice we see Tim, and here goes the M phonetic complement. Then we got a Emmy, but this Emmy is not a Emmy right here. It is a Winnemu. It is a Winnem, and they put the U because it's one who eats or whatever. And this is excrement, or Hess, which is excrement. So the Tim negating eating excrement. Do not eat excrements. And that is, now he's telling me that the negation of the infinitive is expressed by the means of the verb Tim. And I think I was putting in front of certain infinitives, even though you said something was finite. I think I still need to note this in my memory. So it says, here the verb Tim is an infinitive and is followed by another infinitive as a negative complement. Interesting.
And that's why it has the U at the end.
Mm-hmm. Also, so I got up out of that and now it's on to something else. So I could just chill for a minute. Hey, yo, if other people watching, and if you don't, I know some people are ready to hop in and start participating. Don't feel no kind of way about participating. You could participate at any level. Like you could be just a brand new beginner. We gonna just try to make you use your thinking mind to come up with some of these conclusions, but it happens at any level. So don't be in the chat wanting to participate and be thinking, oh, they gonna make me look bad, because we're gonna hear your level as soon as you start talking about it. The people who wind up looking bad is the ones acting like they on a level, and we could just reveal that they not in a few words. And that ain't even my goal either, but I don't just like to let people, something like Chris, I don't even know you like that, but I can tell as a man you spent so much time getting to right where you at to be able to speak the way you speak. And when a person
And being
try
quiet for a long time.
Exactly. And when a person try to fake like they got what you got, I get hella offended. Because what they faking to me is that they are a valuable resource for me. And if I get fooled into thinking that they are, then it's going to be detriment in my own life. You feel what I'm saying? So I be getting mad when the cats start fronting like they got some knowledge. It kind of offend me in a way. I be like, bruh, I'm trying to look at you as a teacher and you faking. Oh, now it's hands. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my, and I was just talking about other instances of that. And most people who come on our show display what they know. And people know it's not about knowing everything. None of us know everything. You could be at any level. Right. Just do not fake it, dog. That's going to get offensive. Because cats be trying hella hard. So how you going to fake it? You going to get hands put on. I'm saying.
Yeah, rightfully so. And this community is real sensitive to people coming in, faking the funk, and then somebody go off and try to use it and say it and act the same way. Yeah, and get embarrassed, man.
Exactly. And so the last time I ever had a dealing was when dealing with Brother Polite. The biggest charlatan ever. And when I met him, I didn't even know he was a charlatan yet. Until we started doing what we do every day like this. I was doing this. We'd go in the back chat and try to make Polite do this. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Bro, he couldn't do nothing. Not only could he not do nothing, when we got in privacy, he just let us know, man, I don't know this shit. You feel me? So I'm like, hold on, you Mr. Defender of the Medu Netcher.
Right.
So that's where I really said I'm gonna fly to New York. That's why I flew to New York, because how could this gonna be wrong if Polite is the one defending the Medu Netcher? But anyway, we working on these easy sentences now, and we on some possessive adjectives. And you know, somebody said they're trying to fake the funk, Professor Smash. Nah, it's just, you know, I think people who do the research, they're rewarded in such peculiar ways that this is a reward for all the long studying people have been doing for hella years. Now that it's on social platforms and shit, that's a small juicers, you feel me? And so when cats try to come in and steal that shit, like, oh no, I want some of this notoriety too. I'm like, you on some bullshit, because we really ain't doing it for that.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? And that be offensive to me. But nevertheless, I can let that go now, because I think people feel how that could be offensive. So these pronouns, and if you he said possessive adjectives, but they are stemmed from well, I should say demonstrative. Well, you're gonna say they stem from the definite articles, right? But it kind of gets weird. So pa could just be the, but then pay is going to be a possessive adjective indicating something belonging to somebody. Mm-hmm. Possessive. So now, in a sense, we got our definite and indefinite articles. But not really. But if you say the son, which is pa, that ain't really definite. If you say pay, my son, it's more definite, but you could have 5 sons and it still ain't all the way definite. Then all the way there go my son Charles. They'll have to put a personal pronoun on it, and now we use the definite article. But so how do you see I mean, I haven't seen this written in any books that way, but it seems like some natural, you know how pay and tay and nay stemmed out of pa and ta.
Nah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's the evolution of them. Mm-hmm.
And pay and tay is used later in what, late Egyptian, middle to late, or what?
It's everywhere. Yes, it's used a lot in late Egyptian. Yep. So right, this is a way of saying possession, right? Instead of using a genitive now, you will see, because in late Egyptian, you may see them every now and again, but as a structure, the indirect genitive and the direct genitive kind of fell to the wayside. Every now and again you'll see it, but when people want to do possession, they either will use this or they'll use another form with independent pronouns, kind of like a Nefer hair construction to illustrate possession.
I'm about to share the link one more time. I didn't never pin it. I didn't know I didn't pin it. So maybe people was like, well, the link, nobody asked for it. I just pinned it. So if y'all want to join in, feel free. We're going to keep on building on this. What is it, Saturday? I don't even be knowing the days. Is it Saturday or Sunday or Friday?
It's funny. I woke up this morning saying the same thing. It's Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. Like,
cool. Sunday already here already. Nah,
well, you know, I got threw off by Halloween being on a Thursday. I thought it normally be on a Friday. But, Shazma, you still with us? So, I hope y'all still with us out there. The difference between, obviously, pay and tay is gender. Now, normally we see gender indicated in suffix, but that's not the case with particular, I don't want to say definite, or but with these possessive adjectives, it's not the case, and it is not the case with demonstratives. If you're trying to demonstrate something, or this and that, it's gonna be the P and the T will switch for in the beginning of the word and not in the ending. So for a singular masculine, you got pa, the. For a singular feminine, you got ta, the. But for what we're looking at now, for possessive, we got pay, singular masculine, and we got tay, and then plural, nay. And so and so we can see how that's working. And you got some cool little simple constructs for people to work out. Somebody click the link, get the participation up. I'll probably go for 30 more minutes or something. I ain't in no rush. It's a weekend. We got some contributions on the show, so that make it cool. And we can continue. I want to go to something. I'm going to skip down to another thing that often confuses us about, because in the beginning of this video, the focus was expanding our understanding on these suffix T's and W's. So I'm going to come down to a different category called participles, right? And y'all going to see why we and Egyptologists often use this certain language when trying to indicate a different verb class. So in the sense of a participle, it says the active participle in hieroglyphs is like its counterpart in English. It displays the meaning of a verb as exercised actively or passively on somebody or something like other adjective. He said something like other adjective. It can either be used as an epithet or as a noun or can just be used independently. Now, from what we learned earlier about these verb classes and how they will change when they change categories, we understand that a third strong like sejm is not going to change from its standard verb form. So we still gonna just see sejm. We're gonna see three consonants, but we need to know that this might be a participle. So we take sejm, which means to hear, and if we investigate whether it is an imperfect active participle, then we will say one who hears. Now notice one who. Trust me, this kicks in when we start to get to the high analysis of kemet, kemet, kemi, all these other terms. We'll know when to inject one who or those who and all of the different ones they say. And you be saying that which is. See, notice one who and that which is simply trying to state the same things about two different word classes. So you can't say that which is hears. You have to say that which is an adjective. Or you can say maybe a noun, right? I don't know which noun you're going to say that which is a noun, right? But you might say, what? That which is a palace? That ain't going to never be like that. It's going to most often be that which is an adjective. And when we're going to get to that, it'll explain it. And so right now we're just simply dealing with one who in the form of a participle, right, off of a standard verb. So this imperfect active would give us one who hears. But the perfect active will give us one who heard. So that let us know that the perfect is indicating complete action. The action is completed. One who heard. What is the difference between one who hears? One who hears is still listening. One who heard is not listening anymore. So that action is perfective. It is done. One who saw isn't looking anymore. One who sees is still looking. And so it is imperfect active participle, right? One who on the verb. That's not even hard. So I'm gonna write it. If I ever get to grammar, I'm gonna have it so simple that people gonna be like, dude, this is the simplest book I ever read. I can now know the glyphs. And some of these grammar terms that we didn't like in grade school, that makes it seem more complicated than it is. So obviously we can go down. Now this is a weak verb that just germinated, but he didn't even show us how it germinated. So let's just indicate this here, that this germination might be, so what happens was we have another R growing off of the root R on this word mer, which means to love. Now I've seen it taught in other places, and I don't know if he's going to teach it here, that this germination, when we see this other consonant growing off the root, that it could be also an indication that we have a verb class change. And he used an example here where that's the case, only for the imperfect, the action that ain't completed yet, one who loves, not one who has loved. And that germination might be an indication when you see the mer with the extra R, you go to the one who loves. But if you see the mer right here without the extra R, so this would probably be mer, however they would let you know the difference. It would be a perfect active participle, meaning one who loved, that action is done, completed, right? One who gave, not one who gives. One who gives, we're going to get from Didi, Erdi, we get one who gave, and that's easy. And so I'm just going to click. Now, it says the active participles always have a T ending. But notice he just gave us active participles over here that don't have a T ending. So let's continue reading. Active participles always have a T ending when they qualify a feminine antecedent and have a W ending in the case of a plural antecedent. So if the word before it, right? Antecedent is before, not after, bro. Calm down. Thing or event that existed before, okay? So in the case of the plural antecedent, also in case of the imperfect and the second consonant is repeated. The second consonant is repeated. So I was right. This gemination in the case of the imperfect, this is an indication that we got the imperfect active, and that when we see the mar, it is one who loves. Incomplete action. It ain't done doing it. Imperfect. One who's still in the act of loving. One who loves. Complete action. Perfect. Or whatever. Oh, Chris, what's up? What I say wrong?
No, you good.
I always check back every 5 minutes. My
good,
senses went off like I'm talking too much. Let me see if somebody wants to.
I was about to just tap in and just kind of co-sign something that you said about that's the two sentences you read at the bottom.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was going to say that the two sentences you read at the bottom, or three, whatever it is, really shows you how participles are just verbal adjectives. They behave as nouns by themselves, like regular adjectives. They can behave as descriptive adjectives, like regular descriptive adjectives, right? And then they can be behave in adjectival predicates too, like a regular predicate adjective. So they basically follow all the same rules for adjectives, except that they're verbs. So they have to agree in gender and number when behaving as descriptive, and then no gender when, in a adjectival predicate, or I'm gonna use a word that they don't use, a prepositional predicate, not prepositional, participial predicate, or when they behave as a noun.
Yep. Now that's going to give a clue to this next sentence. It says the active participle always have a T ending when they qualify feminine antecedents and have a W in the case of plural antecedent. Also the case of the imperfect and the second consonant is repeated. Now I will add somebody, and it's only me, you, and Shez move, so I'm just going to put this out rhetorically and for the people watching the video. How come an active participle, an active participle always has a T ending when it is qualifying a feminine antecedent when we do not genderize verbs? I know you don't say answer, Chris. You know the answer, Shazmu?
Would that be false? A false T?
Not necessarily, because it is going with the gender of the antecedent. So it would be, it's indicating that it's a participle, but it is matching the gender of the antecedent. For what reason? Because it did what? It got nominalized in a sense?
Yeah.
It's one who. So one who is a person, huh?
Oh, the dreaded one who. Yeah.
So if one who made it into a noun, huh?
That's right.
Then it could take on actions of a noun, which would be to genderize like that.
So in that earlier case you were talking about, the one who is related to that noun.
So that's
no, don't mix that in there.
I messed that up. So yeah, here's the thing: we're talking about participles,
right?
Verbs acting as nouns.
Right.
It's not going to necessarily be the one who is the noun, because adding the one who is what's making the verb a noun. The one who runs.
Okay, so
is a runner. Isn't the one who runs a runner?
Yes.
Right. Well, smash. Correct. Or you can say it this way too. It's the verb is becoming an adjective. So the one who is the entity, that's the subject. And then the runner or the hearer is descriptive in that nature. It's describing what the one who is doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they call them adjective verbs.
It's better to call it an adjective, even though adjectives are still nouns. We learned that, but you said it more more precisely to call it an adjective. That way, we know what type of noun. You know what I'm saying? And then we won't be just thinking the other way. So then this is the instance where we would see verbs switch up and then take a T, and we would know what they're doing. And so he's showing the uses of active participles as adjective. And I'm gonna blow this up so everybody can follow along. So maybe on the next one I won't reveal the English first. But that at two, now it we know is the father. We worked that out. And if everybody's looking, we're starting from left to right in this lesson. Everything is going from left to right. So this it F, we worked out that the F is superfluous, and this man right here is the suffix pronoun. So this is my fathers, though. Why is it fathers? 1, 2, 3 strokes of plurality on the word for father gives us fathers. Now, on the word fathers, we got the suffix pronoun E, so it's my fathers. But look, we don't got, this is where we got to be remembering the one who has and the one who. Because look, Keparu.
Okay,
Huh?
So there's 3 strokes for fathers. Now, does that make it, well, it's not a collective. Does that make it possessional?
No, that's plural. That's your actual plural here. So your option for the 3 strokes is going to be plural or collective. And fathers ain't really a collective like that. Fathers is, I mean, you could say fathers do something and then it will be used as a collective. But if you say my fathers.
So that's more like a possessive type thing.
I think that's more plural. Well, they don't got it in parentheses, right? And they got it on here and they put fathers. And so I think they're saying, just like you said, my fathers who have been here before. Before me. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, like ancestors. I got you. Okay.
But I mean,
so that would be
some could argue ancestors is a collective and fathers is a collective. But this is one of the, it ain't like police. Like, you see what I'm saying? You know for a fact you're talking about the collective when you say the police coming.
Right.
It could be any member of that collective coming. And you still addressing them like, oh, I don't know.
Police, yeah. Okay.
A singular unit that could be divided down. But yeah, so we're getting the my fathers out of this. If we're starting with fathers, this seems like a nominal sentence. Now hold up. We want to deal with the Keparu. Kepari or Hati. Now, if we know Hat is, so that's giving us our before. Hati before me.
Yeah.
So from the Keparer, I'm just deducting there, automatically taking this as a participle because it got Keper-u.
Like born?
Well, no, Keper, here's the thing about Keper. We know it as to transform, transformation, form, but there's also like happenings and occurrences that deal with Keper-u. But now, how then do you get who have been out of Keperui? Because if Keperu is an occurrence, one who has occurred before me, how would you do that, Chris?
Yeah, so it's not marking anything for imperfect. There's no gemination. So one good indicator is that it's probably going to be completed action. And then it's agreeing in gender and number with the word before it. So it looks kind of adjectivish, right? But it's a verb. So that's another indicator that it has to be a participle. So the one who is contained in that you. So that you is the u at the end is abstract, and it's also a marker for plurality. So the one who is the subject of the participle. You know, it's contained in the participle.
I'm with that, but I'm trying to get which definition of Kepler do we have that would indicate being or been? Occurrence or occurred or happened?
Yeah, so I was telling you, so gemination can be a marker for tense. It can be an indicator for tense, whether it's perfect or imperfect. So you can use that to try to get an idea of tense.
But ain't nothing geminating.
Right. So if it's non-geminating, then most likely it's going to be perfect. It's going to be the perfect tense.
Also, it's past action.
Yeah. Right. So it's just completed action. Yeah.
But still, it's a past action of something. What is the action in Kepler is what I'm trying to ask.
Those who have transformed, those who have passed on.
So you saying transform? Well, you're not taking occurred or happened?
Yeah, no, yeah. Now that's another because Kepler, I think, is a transitive verb. So yes,
you're not. Yeah, I feel you. You're not going to say my fathers who happened before me, but
right.
if you get that, you could take happened to say who have been
exactly.
or who occurred before me.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's working. So now in this lesson, it says the active participle as an adjective. And that's what you were just explaining when you said it's kind of adjectival because it was matching what they told us earlier, that it will take on the number and gender of its antecedent.
Right.
And that's what you just explained that it's doing. And so we can clearly see, okay, now it's like my fathers who... you ain't gonna say who have occurred, so who have been before me. Now we know. Now this is our plus a preposition, so the directional this is like concerning before me or whatever, or whatever. It's not necessarily directional as we was explaining about the in the sense of towards. This is saying who have been like before.
Mm-hmm.
Hot is the foremost or the front, and to the front is like before, basically.
So still dealing with time, or
yeah, that one is dealing with it's temporal,
right, and that's what makes this adverbial. So that whole thing there, hati, is it's a prepositional phrase. It's adverbial in nature. Because it's telling you what the entity is in respect to time or circumstance.
Oh, I'm gonna go right here. All right, shares move. Somebody click the link. It's more y'all be reading the glyphs. Y'all doing the homework. But cats don't worry about showing what you don't know. That's how you learn it. Because at the moment you show humbly what you don't know, you learn it at that moment. And then whoever giggled about you not knowing that can't giggle no more. So cats be like, oh, you gonna show what you don't know? Nah, well, I'm gonna learn what I don't know, and then the laughter would be over at that point, right? Like so. What's up, Shares Mood? You want to knock that out? That seemed easy.
All right. It looks like Hammett. Well, you already got it down there.
Yeah.
So Hammett F. Irat. Haset F. Ra Nen. So it looks like his wife or seeing his wife maybe.
No, ma is gonna be C. Remember?
Oh, that's right.
Is the root of this one, and it means to do, or to create, or to make. Right. So think of the form we just found it in, though.
So that's
So it's a participle because it got a T on it,
Right,
right?
it's-
But let's remember what this lesson is. So I'm gonna go back up, and that's gonna give us an indication. It
Yeah.
says the active participle, so we know it's active as an adjective. So let's go back and look. And it said, oops, if it says his wife, that could take an adjective, right?
Right.
And this is a participle if it means.
But I think his
huh?
wouldn't his wife be the subject?
But that ain't even what
Oh, we're working on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean I think that would be
That's the antecedent.
Oh, so you trip.
So, but can an antecedent be a subject?
It can be. It can, but I see why the word antecedent is used. They're going to be participial forms where the antecedent and the subject are not going to be the same. So that's why it could be dangerous to say subject, because you'll see later on once we do relative verb forms. If you keep that in mind, you're gonna miss it every time. You're gonna miss it.
All right.
Okay.
So
don't look at
antecedent
it.
is appropriate here.
Yeah. So don't look at it as the subject, even though it might be in some instances. It's not always.
Right.
But it is the antecedent.
I remember hearing that antecedent. Did I know
and
what it
that's
meant?
the word before it, which it is relying on now. So the T in arret is matching the gender of Hemet, but that's not its primary function.
Right, but it's gender. It's gendering. Or
So
not
it's just matching because now it's an adjective too, but still
doing.
It means to do, to make, or to create. So it's like, what is his wife does what? Well, what is this his set F? Whatever she do it every day, right? Raneb. So his wife does something.
Praise before Ra.
Has set F for him. His.
Yes, move.
Yes.
We're gonna look up this word.
You shouldn't do that.
Oh, don't do what?
I don't know what has said is. I don't know what has said is.
No. But you I'm talking about Shesbu. You're at a level now, man, where don't do that no more. Don't guess like that.
Oh, okay.
She sews all day. She basket weaves all day. I don't know what has said is.
Well, we're gonna go to the dictionary.
During the day.
We're gonna go to the dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
She does something during the day.
Or all day.
Oh, okay. So something say praiseworthy. Let's see if that's the right one. Oh, is that the only one? But this looked like Hesi, a favorite one or a praise. Oh,
right. The root of the verb is to praise or to sing or to that's the root.
So she sings during the day or sings all day.
Wait. But this ain't the wait a minute. Oh, okay. Oh, let's go back and see. So if the root of the verb was the like Hesi sing or what?
Hess. I get it. Hess.
Yep. Hesse, yeah. And if I'm looking at this right, another verb form that we talked about is about to pop up. The same one that we talked about, but now it's mixed in with participles.
So you saying he
that now describe what she's doing or what she is.
So let me his wife sings his favorite song every day. I just said sings because too is to do or to make or to create. She is one who creates. His wife is one who creates his something every day. So she make his favorite. If we just say this is his favorite.
He does. How about she does his songs?
She creates, his wife is one who creates his favorite every day. It's gonna say favorite food.
Or she sings.
Look. His wife who works what he loves. I said makes his favorite. They said works what he loves. But I mean, now I'm starting to think mine's better than theirs. Works what he loves.
Where the love's at?
Yeah, I was thinking about prepare. I said his wife prepares.
That works.
Yeah,
his favorite. His wife making his favorite. So if I'm going back to the AAVE, she's not working what he loves every day. She lightweight making his favorite dish, bro.
You're right.
That's a context you can see it in. It's like his wife works or makes. Now I'm saying his favorite. So they took favorite and said love. But it still let me know that they were along the lines of favor and not singing.
Right.
Right. So you saw Hesed as favorite. You saw that in the dictionary.
Yeah, because we just went. It says the favorite one or the love one in the dictionary. Like, let's go back. Look,
I missed that definition.
Here we go, right here. Say praiseworthy, right?
Yeah.
But look at all of the other ones that they just not. See, this is a set too. If we read the glyphs, but it don't got the geminating S right here or whatever. But it is still and it says favor, praise, reward, blessings. So she makes his praise?
No.
Yeah, so what they did was they took another verb again from the verb hesi or hes, and they nominalized it. So when they put that T on it, that makes it into a
Okay. What he loves,
thing.
what's his favorite?
Mm-hmm.
What he loves.
Okay.
Well, I got the who works because they did that with the T on the erect. And now they got another T on this set that is saying what he loves. I'm just tripping off their definition of love for his set. What he favors.
Yeah. They could have used the verb meri instead of saying, you know what I'm saying, using love for heset.
So what does she actually do? His wife does what he likes every day.
Right. Basically.
You feel me?
That's it.
That's what's actually happening. She does, and when they say his wife who works what he loves every day is crazy. His wife is one who does what he loves every day.
So basically she puts it on him every day.
His wife, so if we take their translation out and we use everything we know about the grammar, look, his wife, one who does his what now? Well, how do I do this again? His favorite or his one who is
that which is his liking, or that which
is that who does that which is. Now notice how we're forced to use these one who's and those that which is. And this is where I don't object to the King's English, because I'm at a lack of other fillers, right, in order to get this concept into our heads. Like, you could change it to something more useful, or if you want, but that seems to function well. That when we see these participle, this one, it is the one who does. And when we see it on this one, it is that which one or like favors or likes or whatever. That which he favors, because it got the suffix F on it. Every day, Raneb. Day, every day. And so that's hard, and I like that, and that gave me a little boost of dopamine just to go through that right there.
And I don't know if it says it here, but another indication of a participle, which seems to work all the time, if you see two verbs that are back to back with each other like that, that's another indicator that you're dealing with some kind of participial or some kind of agentive form participle.
That's true. So which one, if you do see two verbs, basically verbs don't go together like that, so we should never see it. That means one of them is playing as a participle or in adjective, however it's used. Which one, for the people listening, is the one being used in adjective if you see two verbs together?
Yeah, normally the first one is going to be a participle or relative. Then the second one is going to be some kind of agentive form, some kind of where they've turned the verb into a noun, turned the verb into some kind of descriptive adjective, excuse me.
All right, cool.
Oh wait, he even said Oh no, I thought he said it right there. Okay.
Oh, the independent use of the active participle. I'll make it smaller again.
Yeah, no, he didn't say it. I thought he was going to talk about the verb hesi or hesesit.
So now, since we can leave the training wheels up for everybody, because some people want to look at the English in the chat and see how we working it out, we're going to discuss some of these. First of all, we got an E in the beginning. So this E is just talking about him, right? But what they saying is OU. Now, we could trip off that and see how come this E is it just a well, all right, let me slow down. Are they trying to take this E and just give it the O?
Yeah.
So they're trying to take this and make it a particle, which is so. What is O? I mean, that's English.
Yeah, so what I know about is that this E evolved from a verb, something E or something like that, and like for example, Alan translates it as you can say it means saying or say.
All
Like
right,
in the
so
Underworld text,
how would
this
you
is
say
used a
that
lot.
in AAVE? Like, what's the closest thing we know to this particle? Or
Um, I'm going to say oh, but that's so old. Say you probably want to say
say like okay, say
Yep.
you.
Yeah, literally the verb to say or to speak.
All right, cool. Now, obviously we see myrrh, but we see it in this geminated form, and we see so we see maru.
Is that loving?
Huh?
Oh,
Well,
loving,
it's giving us all of these,
loving life.
but I'm just tripping off this U right here. I know it's included in the participle, but I'm saying I thought who and you are both kind of like pronouns. You see what I mean? Oh, but not in this instance. Who right now is indicating what that person does. Like if they says you who loves, who is indication of action that you is doing.
Oh, like completed something like a statement of fact.
So if I just say who, what does who mean?
Had I not seen it in English, I would have said Medu means one who. I wouldn't have said you.
Yeah, I know. That's what that's why I'm trying to break that down because I'm like, where is the you? And so he
It's
needs
not
to
there.
say, oh,
It's not
one
there.
who, because again, if we sticking by the rules of what this participle does, it makes it one who loves, right?
Yep.
And so love would be mer. Now we got the mer and the u. So we got what appears to be gemination and then the final suffix of the u that's letting us know that we definitely dealing with a participle, one who completed this action. Wait a minute. One who does this action, but it don't gotta be completed or past tense. It's not one who loved, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
So this will be imperfect. This is the imperfect. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's right. And so is one who loves or love. Now we got the ankh mess. Now this word with the jedu.
Jedu.
That must be their death. Hate death. Well, moot is death.
Right. Mood is death.
So that means this is hate.
Yeah. Or hater of death, or one who hates death.
So let's trip off this because this is and they got in bold both of the participles. Let me go back to the lesson. This is the independent use of an active participle. So let me ask you, Shazmu, which one is the independent use of the active participle? Both or which one? Out of the two bold participles in this transliteration.
Yeah, I think both.
So, well, let me ask.
The only reason
you might be right because
behind them.
if O is a particle,
right,
then Meru is independent. It ain't relying on the particle, is it?
Right. So this is another one of those instances where participles, in this case now, are behaving as nouns. So it stands alone in this case.
Mm-hmm. Now, but what about the second one? It's after the word So now this is let me break it down. So this is what we was talking about earlier. Is basically a direct genitive, right? Oh no, it's apposition.
Well,
apposition.
No, you're right, but it's a genitive with the noun that comes after it.
Oh yeah, it's a genitive with the but what these two are. Let me fix what I'm trying to say. Ankh is a noun, right?
Yep.
Right.
And then hate So I know by the form is working adjectively, but it is in juxtaposition to life.
Right.
So
but look what comes before it though. Before life.
Or one who loves life. Okay.
Right.
Okay, that's right. So that statement is already made.
So
And
both-
that means this connection is huh? I mean, it says it in the translation, but what do we call that in grammar when it's called connection or conjunction?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
It's
But in this
conjunction.
case, you have noun phrases, two noun phrases being conjoined together. Yeah.
So this is conjunction, and okay, cool. So conjunction uses and basically,
Mhm.
and or.
Or I forgot what or is, but
Or
it's
in
a
conjunction,
conjunction
or
in
is
English.
the other
Yeah.
one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So and means that we see, okay, that's dope. So there is life and hate, death.
Mhm.
That's
Well, another
dope.
one you said is old lover of life and hater of death. Because they're nouns here. So one who loves is a lover.
So
right?
now we know that this is normally a suffix. I mean, if it's not work this o, if we see it as e, and it was a suffix pronoun, it means one. But e cannot stand as an independent pronoun, correct?
Right. Suffix pronouns cannot stand alone. Right. Yep.
So there's no instance where you see this e in the beginning and think me or my.
Right. Not written like this. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely not.
And I hope people follow that. You feel me? If it's in the
Yeah, that O
beginning,
is it's a exclamatory.
an exclamatory particle.
Yep.
Word up.
Which evolves from a verb ee or ye, which means to say or to speak.
Now this word Meshedu did a lot, and I want to ask, what do we think the root of this is? We know it ain't mess, because that's birth and the other thing. So it would have to be message.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, message. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm
Because
gonna look that up.
you got gemination going on. And
Yeah,
you
I
got
know it's heck of
like
stuff happening, and I'm gonna try to show if we can see how that's happening. MS capital D. Yeah, look, so there you go, right there. Now, so we just to say hate, we could have said message, right? So now we're gonna look at this different form, and notice they got it as a verb too. So now it geminated, and then it put a uchik on it. So really, I mean, they just saying one who loves life, but it's really one who loves life and one who hates. You see what I'm saying? If we really wanted to translate it all the way out, because this got an "oo" on it too, correct? Or is that just representing the abstract concept of hate? No, I think that is one who hates death too. I mean, but you don't really gotta say one who twice, because you can say one. What do you think? What would you say about message do? Or message judge do or whatever.
Yeah, that's the abstract you again, marking it as a participle. So that's
the
the
abstract you. Okay.
Yeah, that's the subject. So the oo is a marker for the entity. So the one who part is being accounted
care
for
of with the first participle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you use an and that'll connect it too. Okay, yep.
Right.
Yep, word up.
Yeah, it would have been wordy if you say, "Oh, you who loves life," and "Oh, you who hates death." That's wordy.
Right,
But you can't say it that way though.
So it's going to do the active participle as a predicate. So just to me, in my mind, when reading that sentence before we look, I think the active participle is going to be either in the first position or in front of the other stuff it's describing. That's what he's trying to say, right? Active participle as a predicate.
Oh, for the next one. Oh yeah, for the next one.
So right here we got on, which I'm taking as by, himf, his wife. Now, so if it's as a predicate, okay, it's going to be this erdi in front of, oh, wait a minute, let me look at all of this. All right, so it's by his wife, given, now erdi is one who or erdi, eretz, one who makes or creates. His one who, now that erdi is going to be to let. RD.
Yeah, so you can probably translate it as whatever's coming after it is probably going to be a noun. That F is probably going to be most likely a noun. So what's coming before it is our participial predicate. So it is. So yeah, this is a little bit tricky, but it's the same principle though. The one who prepares, right? So it is his wife.
So would it be
His Majesty? I said wife, my bad. His Majesty. It is his Majesty.
Yeah, I messed up and made it say wife. Yeah, that was my fault. It is His Majesty.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be something
Who
like
prepares or who makes something.
Yeah.
Who makes him? Who he makes? Huh?
Well, no, it's a. So he's doing something. So it's a that thing that's coming after it is some kind of noun. I think I think it's the word for eyes. I think that or his eyes.
But what about the uf? Eretef uf.
Yeah, it's plural. His eyes or his
eyes.
Right. Or his doings. It could be a noun too.
So if it's a noun, you're saying eyes. If it's a verb, we're saying his doings.
Or his actions or something like that. Yeah.
So would it be like His Majesty before he does it?
No, I think it's
no before there.
His Majesty allowed him to do it. Allowed it to be done. That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Yeah. So because a verb can also be can come behind this participle. Yeah. So it is His Majesty who permits or who allows his actions or his doings. Yeah, something like
Let's
that.
see what it say. It's gonna say something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It is His Majesty who caused it to be made. So he said caused. I said allowed, and we said doing, and they said made. But they say it for the F. That's the only difference. They saying it for the F, basically, right? It is His Majesty who caused it to be made. We said it is His Majesty who allowed him to make it, basically.
Oh yeah. So that would it.
Now that word is still work if we entertain the F as an it. It is His Majesty who allowed it to be made.
Yeah, because I see what's going on. That verb, since we translated iret as a verbal noun, infinitive basically, then what comes after it would be the object. So it would be things made it. Yeah.
So for the lesson, the active participle as a predicate, somebody point that out, I'm gonna try. If it's predicating, it is this one. They showing it in bold, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's before what? It's before another participle.
And I wanted to ask about that.
Another verb. That's an infinitive.
That verb.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is just a rat. So why I got a T on it?
Because it's weak.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask.
Oh, okay, so but iri would give us this erect now that it's weak, but I'm saying
why is it past tense though?
If it's just a verb and it's not a participle.
Yeah, it's a weak participle, so you had to put the T on it.
Okay, a weak participle to be made.
I'm sorry, a weak infinitive. It's a weak verb form, so we'll make it into an infinitive.
So the I fell off.
So from the I to the T to the F is, but did I leave out the it? No, that is it to be made, right? It is the F, and to be made is the I with the T.
Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. I know what this is now. No, it's not a participle. You know what this is, Smash? This is a passive Sejm F. A nominal.
All right.
This is a
So, all right. So,
nominal
this
passive
is a
Sejm F.
Sejm 2F.
Yep, this is Sejm 2F.
All right.
Yep.
So that means the do or to make
it.
It's, yeah, and the two is making it passive.
Yep. Two is making it passive.
To be made.
Yep, because so this is a nominal Sejm F. Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense because what comes after the ready has to be a
perfect
noun.
sense. So is a verb, I mean, it is this, so that this participle now is a predicate to the next verb in this Sejm F.
Mm-hmm.
RD is a participle. So if y'all looking, this word is working as a participle, as a predicate. So it is predicate, it got to be before something. So what is before is this Sejm NF or this Sejm 2F.
Yep. So literally, if you translated it as a adjectival predicate, it would be prepared, it made, or it is prepared.
All right, Shazmu, what you see right there? We could do it without the transliteration.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me go move my.
What's up?
Shazmu, you want to knock that one down? We still working on active participles as a predicate, and it's a very simple sentence right at the bottom. What you want to do?
Which one is active participle?
No, just read the sentence.
Oh, I see it. Nebak, Nebak.
Well, think about it real quick.
Nuek, neck.
Nuke.
Okay, Anuk, Jed, Nefer, Ret.
Yep. Now we said the lessons here for this sentence. Let's see if we can figure it out. It says the active participle as a predicate. Now a predicate is before something, right? So that will let me know that Jed is not Jed. See,
No,
that Jed has to be Jedu or Jedet because it is the only thing that in this small sentence that could be predicated. See, Anuk means I am, right? And that's not a participle, right? And so that means Jed that we think is Jed, when we look at the transliteration, it's probably going to say Jedi, or it's probably going to say Jedet. I'm just trying that. Now I'm going to scroll down in the transliteration to see if they qualify that. Or they put just a Jed. So the reason why they put just a Jed is because they telling me that this Jed, it still got that strong D at the end. And but it ain't nothing happening with it.
Right. But yeah. So all right. Speak beautifully or speak beautiful.
So
beautiful.
Anuk means I am.
I am speaking beautifully. Or I spoke.
No, Jeded still is still a participle, but remember it's not going to show its other form. So we're going to have to take it as, I'm thinking, one who speaks.
Oh, the one.
I am one who speaks Neferet.
Right.
Okay. Excellently or beautifully. Let's just scroll down. What I am who says what is beautiful. I am one who speaks beautifully. I am who says what is beautiful. Now we got to trip off that real quick.
I don't know where they got that is.
We said I am one who speaks. I am one who says. But they said what is beautiful. Oh my God. Guess what we didn't do? The King's English, that which is.
I am one who
says
that which
that which is. See?
Mm-hmm.
So you see how that's really working right there? Anouk, Jed, at first without, so let me go back up and show you. I want to go back. I'm going to go to this. Now, what I didn't do was look at that Neferet and say one, that which is. It's not one who is in this instance. It is that which is beautiful.
Okay, so that's present.
But what they have highlighted here is the DD, because we're learning about the active participle as a predicate. So it is before. See what I'm saying? It is before this active participle right here.
Right.
So if it's the active participle, it is says, right? One who says.
Right.
So we could even give him a better translation because he says, I am who says what is beautiful.
Right.
This is actually, if we use all our fillers, I am
one who
now
says.
This is an active participle, one who participle, one who says that which is beautiful.
Right.
Dang, I'm starting to sound like Jonathan Winterman.
I am one who speaks.
Yeah, we
that
like
which
one who, that which.
beautiful
Black people
thing.
gonna not like us in a minute. I ain't gonna be like, y'all got that from the one man. But I'll allow any of my brothers to tell me what is the AAVE for that which and one who. Some stuff you can't overdo it.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So I'm rolling with that which is and one. And notice how all of those Egyptologists who think they know the Medu Netcher all was saying one who has and that which is, because they got this banged into their head already.
Yeah.
So now I just came to this simple sentence, and at the beginning, Anouk, Jed, Nefer. I am saying beautiful, one who is beautiful. That was wrong. It was very close. I am one who says that which is, because of this T.
Yep.
On there. It's nothing feminine in here.
Right.
So we take this as
that's your predicate.
A participle for one that which is beautiful.
That's the entity, the beautiful thing, that which is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, I better not mess this next one up. Let me see. Oh, that's the last one. That was fun. All right, now it's the participle as an adjectival predicate. So now as we keep going, you can start imagining what the sentence almost will be formed like if you hear the participle as an adjectival predicate. It's going to be an adjective before something. Let's see. All right, who want to do?
Well, the one before it too was
yeah, one that's the same
predicate, but they don't be calling participle statements normally, but yeah, the one before it is I think adjective predicate too. Yeah,
so are we gonna do this one easy for all the people, even the people who don't know Medu Netcher at all, and we're gonna show how this could be kind of easy. So the first step, if you're just lazy and you want to still get into what we're doing, I suggest learning, because you can follow these lessons a lot better if you knew the glyphs that have sounds to them. I don't want to say alphabet, for lack of better words. The glyphs that, we go through monoliterals, biliterals, triliterals. Some say uniliterals, biliterals, and triliterals. The glyphs that got one sound, two sound, and three sounds. But you can start with the ones that just have one sound. Look over them every day for 10 minutes a week. And at next week class, you're already going to be trying to sound stuff out. So if we was to try to perform that process of what we got on the screen, and we know a little bit more that could give us indications, you probably sound out resh with this first word, right? Yeah. And then you'll see it got, pardon me?
That doggone kissing again look like.
Well, you have the part from a brow to the nose of what looks like a man. It doesn't necessarily always mean kissing because it's in a word for smelling too. So things related to this frontal view like this, resh is something related to that frontal view. Now, here's something else. They gave us a man with his hand to his mouth, a uchik, and a reed leaf. And two strokes.
Yeah.
How are you parsing this?
That whole thing, what you just said was one. That's probably a. Oh, no, I can't do that. See, that's one thing.
You think that's all one word?
Yeah, that's all one word.
Reshwi.
Oh, and that S probably hit like it's like.
Let me ask you, Shazmoo, what is the root and what is the root of this word? We won't be able to look it up in this forum, possibly. We possibly can, but what do you think the root is?
Rest.
Resh. It's probably resh, right? And then this is probably indicating what? It could be. I don't think it'll be reshu if the uchik is after the determinative.
Yeah, reshui or reshuit.
We're gonna look up the root to see if we can find something with that. Look, as soon as we got to it, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
I would take this one though, right? Because it got the man with his hand to his mouth too.
Oh, okay.
So if we got joyful, right, and to be happy, to be pleased, now let's look with the we. The WY on it, it ain't on there. So we know, well, Reshu is there. Let's see what that do. So we got joy, so we got something accounting for the uchik, right?
Right.
So what do you say, Reshwi? Now, I don't want to confuse nobody, so we're going to talk about it. If this means joy and you got a we suffix on the end, what could be your options?
Wouldn't be gerund. It would be, I'm not gerund. I wouldn't be gerund.
It wouldn't.
So I'm saying it's gonna. No, I'm not saying that.
Well, think about this. You got a W, which would give you plural, right?
It's a verb.
Hold on, real quick. You got the W giving you plural, and you got the two strokes giving you dual. So they kind of ruling each other out. That's probably not a gender. It's probably not a number marker.
Right.
You think it is?
No.
So what would a we suffix give us?
A weak suffix?
No, a W. If you got a W and a Y in suffix of the root that we just found, it could give us a how. Shout out to the Black Raven. I see a contribution and I appreciate that. It could give us a how. It gives you how on the root word. So what is the root word?
The how?
We got to investigate it before we look at the answers to see if this could stand as in the way. So when we look at the definition, if this is rejoice or to rejoice or joyful, remember pleasurable, then it could be how pleasurable.
Because when I see the S, I always think of unking something. Gives.
How would you chime in, Chris?
Yeah. That's the adjective, the exclamatory adjective. So you're right. So instead of saying it, you say it twice to put emphasis on it. So it's how glad or how great or how joyful.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So we got Sajed next, right?
Right.
And so what you get out of that, Shazmoo?
Sajed. Okay, so maybe someone who speaks joyfully.
Well, let's just deal with Sajed. Let's just deal with Sajed.
How he speaks.
No,
joyfully.
Just deal with Sajed, and then it'll reveal itself. So what does Jed mean?
To speak.
All right. Now, what does S mean? In prefix of the.
Oh, maybe giving speech. Either giving or his or that or though. No, that yeah.
Sajed could be the cause to speak.
Okay. The one who calls to speak joyfully.
Well, let's ask a question. Can you suffix a a can you suffix a pronoun onto how sweet?
Can you say that one more time? Now I see the predicate with the D. I'm thinking the DPT is your predicate.
Hold on.
I mean your participle. Sorry. Well, go ahead.
For the resh we, there's an option that could mean how sweet. Do you have any other options, Shazboo?
I'm not
Okay, so I'm just saying, if we don't got another option, we're gonna roll with that. Now we need to ask: is this S suffixed on how sweet, or is it prefixed on the next word, Jed?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Originally I was thinking it was suffixed on resh.
Then that raises the question: can you suffix a suffix pronoun on? Well, think about it. What is
joyful onto joyful? Not the word joyful. Like gives joy, but I don't know.
I'm gonna go to the.
But it sounds like you're leading me to say no. You can't put a suffix on rest, and the S goes with.
Now you see it. Huh? Now you can see it. Huh?
I saw it before, but I was still trying.
But the reason why we had to reveal this because it shows the beginning is the root resh, right? And it does have the suffix we, so we kind of qualify that this is how sweet. Now we see that this S is causative. I think the answer would be that we probably can't suffix a S onto this reshi we unless we can. And so we're going to take it as a causative S that is prefixed on the word that we already know, which means to speak, this jed right here. So now this means to cause to speak. You ain't going to always say the cause to speak. You're going to say however that comes to your mind, like, you cause somebody to speak. Now we got a depit, and we don't want to mess this depit up, but we see it's a depit NF, right?
Right.
So what is depit? What is depit? What word category is depit then?
That's completed action.
No, but it is the whole phrase is completed action. But what is DPT? What is it? A noun, an adverb? What is it?
It is a verb.
Exactly. So now we know it ain't a boat, which is a depit, right?
Okay.
So it ain't that. And then here goes something else. It got a determinative right here.
Yeah.
Which might throw us off.
Like a rope or something
But here goes something else to look at. It got this man before the NF.
Right, with his hand to his
So
mouth.
that is all part of a determinative on depit, which we assume is a verb from the Sejm NF. We got to figure out what is depit a verb with those determinatives.
Right.
I'm going to step out the room. Maybe y'all can get on that for a second.
All right.
Do something.
All right, Chris. Teach. So I don't know what the word depit means. If it had the boat determinative, I would have thought it was a boat. And I know it looks like it appears to be the Sejm NF. So he has done something. And then we already said the reshui or reshwi is either joyful or Paul's sweet. And then
it's an exclamatory adjective. So it means how joyful or how sweet or how extravagant. Has that kind of meaning to it.
Okay, and then how you would put that to one who gives speech or
no, it's no giving, no give there. It's just you got a causative verb a participle now for speaking
or speaking
right?
or spoke.
So we'll worry about tense later. Let's just try to get a meaning of how it's being used. So remember I told you one good indicator of a participle is that you have two verbs together. So like you rightfully said, you got the verb depit, right, and that means to taste or to experience along those lines.
Okay.
Right? And then you got the verb before it, well, a participle before it. At its base,
what to say?
We know it should mean something like caused to, allowed to, made to speak, or something like that at its base level. So now we have to participleize it, if you will.
Now,
Right.
is the cause to, is that what the S is doing? Because isn't Jed just simply like to speak? Isn't that the verb?
Speak. Yeah.
So the S is what makes it causative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Permit to speak, let speak, allow to speak, along those lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Did we figure out what depit was?
Yeah. Tell them it means to experience or to taste or something like that.
So now, taste. He has tasted.
Experience.
Oh, he has experience. Or how sweet. I'll say. I'll try to figure this out.
He calls him.
So you know it's a one who, right? So it's something like how sweet it is.
How joyous, I mean, or because not sweet. Yeah.
Right. Or one who has
that which. Are we gonna do the that which on this one?
No, it ain't that which. Well, would it be that which on this one? Because here's the thing: this participle isn't showing its form if we taking Jed as a participle. Are we taking that as a part? So Jed as a participle?
Yeah. This is the participle. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not showing like whether it is one who has allowed him.
Yeah, so let's start with, normally as a rule, just start with active participles first, and then try to do it in perfect. You know, the active perfect, and then if that sounds funny, then we'll go to active imperfect. So right now we can just start with, you know, the perfect tense.
One who spoke joyful.
No, well, no, not like that. So it's like something, one who speaks, that which he has experienced, or what he has experienced, something like that. So how joyful it is for one to speak, or how joyful it is for he who speaks what he has experienced, something like that. And then we can play around with it from, you know, from that sense. You can say taste. I mean, because we don't know what came before it. You know.
One who from experience. One who.
Yeah, it's like how you know. Yeah, that's right. How joyful it is, but you ain't gonna say to be caused to say. You know, what one is experienced. If depit is experienced, I'm just gonna put DPT in the dictionary. You looked it up already, or you just know that already?
You know, I know it from just
Okay.
Because when you taste something, you're experiencing something. That's kind of like the little play on words they use.
Taste experience. There it go. Taste experience.
One who speaks joyful, he has experience. One who speaks of joyful things, he has experience. One who speaks joyful.
All right, I'm about to roll it down. We basically got it. How joyful is he? We got that. Who relates what he has experienced. That is what we said. So we said to be caused to say, right?
Right.
And they said he who relates.
Oh, okay.
So this form was he who. Remember, we were saying the one who or that which is. This is how joyful it is.
Who?
How joyful is he? Yeah, is he who relates. So he who relates is in this causative participle sujeti. It will probably be sujeted or then or sujedu. No, but they just saying sujet. Because it stays in the same form. Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of he who speaks, they use one who relates.
Well, what speaking is relating, but they're not talking about relating to something. They're saying relates what he has experienced.
Right.
So they should have said relays or whatever.
Right. Yeah, that would have made a little bit better.
I mean, you know, one who relates what he experiences, one who speaks out what he been through.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I guarantee that most of these kind of statements, these participial kind of statements are dependent because participles are dependent verb forms. So I can guarantee you the sentence before it makes the antecedent he. Otherwise than that, looking at it by itself, the general one would be one who says, or, the one that says that.
All right. I thought we started on this already, but
Yeah, we did them. We did this already. We did them.
but then I don't remember these sentences. So it says, I think this is just a different.
My bad. What's the matter?
Yeah.
We did this for infinitives.
So this
Right.
is how we negate the active participle form with Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so it says, it is notable that the negative verb always takes the form of what it negates. So let me minimize the screen. It is notable that the negative verb always takes the form of what it negates, while the original verb turns into a negatival complement. All right, so it's notable that the negative verb, that's that Tim, the negation verb, right? It takes the form of what it negates. Oh yeah, so it says new talk which has never yet passed. Now Medu, that's the word for words. They say that's talk. And they got mot. I don't know what mot means.
New.
All right, new. So that's new words.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the Tim.
Timet.
So they saying Timet is which has never.
Oh, the negation on past.
And then the word for past is suwa.
Suwa, yeah.
Suwa.
So never. Now it took the form. It says negation will take the form, or the verb always take the form of what it negates. But
the act participle. Yeah.
But right here it said new words and it got a T on it. So I don't get it. Oh, because this does. No, it doesn't.
No?
So wait a minute. It's negating passing, right?
Right.
But what form is passing in that this is taking?
Absolutely. So it's not. So the form of sawat has no T on it.
That's what I'm saying.
I thought the new O is negating the new.
So did he mess up right here, or what's going on?
Yeah, I think he was moving a little bit too fast, probably.
I think we might be knowing as much as some of the teachers, and we can help them in some places like this. Like, you should fix this, because if he's trying to argue that the negative verb Tim is used to negate the active participle form, right? Okay, we got that. Now he's saying it is notable that the negative verb always takes the form of what it negates. And so we got the negative verb
that took the form of the,
and it did take a form with a T, but whatever is negating would have a T on it.
Yep.
Right. And it's not the stuff coming before it, because the stuff coming before it is just a regular old, we have a noun and an adjective, so it's not that.
So he thinks it's negating new words. No, but he has this all in bold.
Right.
So we must presume, we gotta presume that he thinks that this word has a form with a T on it or something.
Probably because the word sawat sometimes, sometimes this word is sawat.
Well, he's about to speak on it. Let's see. It says, the verb Tim assumes the form of an active participle indicating the past or perfect. So if we look at Tim, it got the T that let us know that it took the form of an active participle. As for the original verb suwa, it is the negatival complement. So I don't get it.
But couldn't it, well, since you don't get it, I'm saying, I was going to add this. Couldn't it be like, instead of new talk, old talk, which has passed?
No.
Negate new to old?
It's not the negation don't work that way. Negate don't go backwards. You don't put the negation behind what you're trying to negate. You put it in front. So it's in the right position. It's negating the participle that's after it. He just made a mistake here.
But it didn't take the form.
Right. So it should be Tim Sawa.
But when he went on to explain this makes it seem like more than a mistake because he explaining it wrong, it seemed like. So it's like he has a misunderstanding about this part. It appears he or she or whoever put this together.
Typo.
Well, let's look and see if there is a SWAT in the dictionary.
Yeah, that's true. But even if so, if you wanted us to know that, you're supposed to put in parentheses, and to indicate that is something that's not in the glyphs, you're supposed to put it in parentheses in your transliteration.
Yeah, it's supposed to put dot T or.
Or didn't know or had a typo, or didn't put the T. Yeah.
Yeah, as I said, it probably just a typo because the word Sawat, normally we used to sing it as Sawat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did y'all used to do that with? Past?
A path or a road or journey or something like that.
But is that pass the same?
Yeah, it's a pass. It's a place where you go down something at. So it can be used as an abstract too for pass.
Okay.
So this Sejum what you know about the Sejum Tifi? I know you know all about it, Chris.
Oh yeah, adjective verb form.
I ain't well versed on Sejum Tifi. So, and I was like Tifi. So I really, because I haven't, I don't see it that much in text. I mean, it's probably in some text that I have not looked over, but like the Sejum Tifi, like that, which is giving us a singular masculine of what though? Stating what?
Future tense.
Wait a minute. I remember what it is. Let me think about it. This ain't simply, why does it say singular masculine? Wait a minute. So it's a future active participle. So if it's future, okay. That's
it's not that
will. Hold on real quick. If his future is will, he will, right? Now, if it's active,
hearing,
he will be hearing.
Or just hearing, yeah.
You can't say he will hearing.
No. No, I'm just saying it's either, you could add the he will be, but you could just say hearing for active.
Active being he doing it, right? That's all.
I didn't think it had gender. I thought it was just the Sejum.
No, this is Sejum Tifi. The Tifi is indicating the future active participle.
But does it have anything to do with gender, though? Is it masculine or feminine? Is it just
no? It's not. It don't got nothing to do with gender. It got to do with the future active participle.
Okay.
So feel this. Now, if we gonna slow that down, we can indicate the participle, right? Sejum, one who hears, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now let's take that and make it. That's active. One who hears, right? So isn't that an active participle? Now we just gotta place it in the future. One who will hear?
Yes.
What about that, Chris?
Yeah. So these do have a gender attached to them with the fee and the sin and the.
See on the end over there it says masculine and plural.
Yeah. So they do have a gender attached.
Okay. So I apologize. What I meant to say is in the root, the T that we see in the root ain't the gender.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. So that infix T on all the way down for all of them is a marker for the participle
exactly
and future tense.
So that's what I thought you was talking about, Shazmu. When you was looking at the T, I thought you was asking was that indicative of gender. But after the suffix, after the period, the F, the S, and the S is changing, and that is gender right there. So I explained that wrong.
I was looking at it as how Sejum and F, that's not genderized, right?
Well, the F, the suffix plural pronoun is actually genderized.
Okay.
But in the root word, the T does not represent gender.
Right. Okay.
Now, what about what we worked out about the so we got the participle worked out with the sejum met or whatever, and
Right.
that is giving us one who hears. Now we got is active. So that's active one who hears.
So that fee and the sin, is that what's making the will? He or she will?
The Y on the F is what's making it will. Because if we just seen the F, we already know what that do. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So action is will indicating the future active participle.
Okay.
It must.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the T, this T marker at the end is giving it that sense of futureness, futureness. And then it's a participle, of course. So yeah.
So what is the final Y after the F doing?
It's agreeing with the T. It's agreeing with the infix, the T.
Oh, it's just doing T-fee, just on agreement?
Yep.
So what agreement is that? It ain't duality.
Future, I guess.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's definitely not duality. It's shit, I forgot that shit. I gotta look that up. It's because you only see this with this kind of participle too. These
but
these
look at the final one though. The final one ain't agreeing with the
weak. It must be weak.
It could be Sydney or sin with a Y, but if you notice,
yeah, and I never saw it with sin. Yeah, you're right. It's just sin. I do know in Old Egyptian, when we say sejum F, if we ever recapture the pronunciation, it might not be sejum F, right? It may be something that comes after it. But I remember, right, these markers for phi and C are supposed to be indicators of some kind of vowel diversity or how it sounds to distinguish it from other verb forms. So for example, instead of saying sejum DF, this phi, whatever it is a marker for pronunciation. So phi, T-sin. I think I saw it. Was it in not Gardner's book, or was it Allen? I think I read it in Allen's book. I think I gotta go check and see.
We about to work on the sejum TP real quick and see if we could work this out. It shouldn't be hard.
Real quick. Does that have anything to do with like the tef and the pef?
No. Those are demonstratives. That's what I'm saying. This and that.
What's the ones with the male and female with the F? Is it? Am I wrong? I might be.
Somebody like bai and ta'i, and you mean those?
I'm thinking with the short feminine, like he or she, but does it match the what is in front of it, the verb or the noun or whatever, or the adjective?
This kind of hard.
Okay, I might be going down the wrong road. Okay, let's
work this out. It ain't the easiest, but it ain't the hardest. It's definitely work outable to a few words of the translation. Watch this. And I'm not going to put the transliteration up. So I'm going to start with the grammar so that I can get a better understanding of this. We got the particle you here. And so I'm presuming that this anku right here is, it has to be a participle, right? Now, if this is nominal, if this is, because life, right? And now we got the three strokes. I'm not thinking that this is anku. So this will be those who are living. See, we got to remember those who are the one who, I'm getting those who are living from the uchik, the plurality, and the root, which means life.
Okay.
Right, and I'm recognizing it as a participle. Let's look at what lesson this is. This is like an active participle may be added to the preceding noun. All right, as an adjective. Okay, cool. He's talking about the sejum tifi, but we'll get to that in a minute. We'll have to identify it if it's even there.
The tepu. Yeah, I think that's going to match it.
Well, let's go. You, anku. So it's a fact that, or whatever, those who are living, tepu, on top of, you know what I'm saying now?
Upon the land.
So those who are living, those who are on top of, this is Tepiu. It's not
Right.
Tepu. The Y isn't just there. So notice it should be a Y in parentheses when we see this. This is another third week, and the Y ain't there. It got replaced with a U. Let us know this is those who are upon.
The
Now
land.
what we got right here.
The land.
Thank you. So those who are upon the land. Now, so let's go back. It is a statement of fact that those who are living, you're not really going to say those who are alive and those who are upon the land. You probably would make this one those who are living upon the land, or those who are how do you want to say Anku, y'all?
Oh, those living ones upon the land.
Those living ones. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, those who live upon the land.
Because you don't have to say those who twice. You can just combine the those who. So this is those who are living upon the land. Now we got, and I'll go back to Shesmu. What do we got after those who are living upon the land?
I think we saw that earlier. I can't remember that suit.
Well, you know it's an S, right?
Right. It didn't have anything to do with a shelf. It was
Wait a minute. First sound out the word. Sound out the word first.
I might not know what that little loop thing.
We can help you. Which one don't you know what it is?
One in the middle, sock or whatever it is.
No, you talking about the thing that looked like a noose?
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, why?
Why? Okay, so I think that was like dredging or tunneling.
Well,
or something.
hold on though. What's the word you got?
So what?
All right, now think about it.
Oh,
you are going back to a different word that had that determinative, but we got to even break down this word.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that S is doing what again?
It's causative.
Thank you. Or we know it ain't part of the root because you can see the determinative of under that is a road, and we know that a watt is a road. Wet, remember?
Oh yeah.
And so now, to cause the road, do that make sense?
No.
So we know it says it's a fact that those. I'm just saying it's a fact that, but you don't have to say that. It's like those living upon the earth. Now we got sawat. What does that mean? If we know that a watt is a road and that this form is kind of like, well, let me slow down. Because when we talk about causative, it doesn't matter whether it's a noun or a verb after the prefix S. I mean suffix S. Prefix S.
Verb.
No,
a road is a noun.
Yeah, a road is a noun, but I thought
right. So this has to be a verb though, because you don't causative
thing.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to point out. So now, what verb do we get out of the word "what" for a road?
Guess pass again.
You think it's to pass?
I'm guessing, yeah.
To travel, to traverse. So now we'll just let the dictionary pop in.
All right.
And we're gonna go to what?
Got to be a verbal form.
I was thinking
SW capital A.
Remember I said
what you said? SW capital. Yeah, I forgot the A.
Mm-hmm. A.
Remember I was talking about the tough and it was the pen and the 10 is what I was thinking about.
Oh, get rid of the T.
Oh, so okay, but here it go.
Yeah, but that's a noun though.
Oh, okay, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
And but at least we know it has to do with, but they saying past, like it has traversed already, basically. Okay.
So it was future tense. This was the future.
So yeah, we right. It's to pass by, and it's just a different rendition of it.
Right.
We don't have to have that X and all that stuff. We can see that it's versions of to pass by.
Mm-hmm.
There's that sawa with a T.
So what?
There's that sawa with a T.
Well, that's cool, but now it's the what. They just saying it in the feminine. There's nothing that's causing them before this to say it in the feminine.
Right. So we can throw that out the window. Right, Shesmu? Because what Mass just said.
Right.
It ain't matching no gender or anything before it. So we can get that idea. So what else could it be then?
Because of that T.
Mm-hmm.
That's your future. That's your future tense.
It's a participle.
Yeah, it's a participle. It's a future.
I'm saying, but what goes with that? If that's T, then what should come after?
Passing.
Wait, no. Don't translate it yet. Let's try to get the morphology out the way.
Will pass. I'm talking about the will. That's the one who will.
No. That's forget about that. Okay, so what comes after it then? What's that after it?
Sin.
Okay, so where does that go? What does that go with?
Those who will.
Don't translate it yet.
Oh.
Don't translate it. What's it go with?
It goes with the Sawat. Right?
What about T then?
Oh. What you mean, where the T? It ain't got no T.
I'm looking at it. What Smash got the arrow at? It's pointing, it's right. It's right.
I mean, I see T, but I mean the sin doesn't have a T. What were you were saying where the T at?
Right. I'm saying, but okay, so what is that sin serving as?
That's a preposition, isn't it? Let me see, preposition. No, pronoun. That's pronoun.
Okay, use it. Okay, good. It's a pronoun. Okay. So alluding to who though? So like who does it refer to?
I guess the people we was talking about in the beginning.
Okay. So sin means what though in terms of pronouns? What's the meaning of the dependent pronoun?
Those. Sin is those or his.
Okay. Those are they.
Yeah, it's the other ones that start with the TH too. Those,
right.
They, them.
Okay. They.
Cool.
So
okay,
now let's
translate
work out the word with the T then. Now you know they is suffixed on that word, right?
Right. Suffix at the end, behind it. So what? So where we going?
So what's the whole word?
Though the whole word. That's not one word, is it? That's those that.
Oh, that's what I was trying to ask you. I was just going to ask you that one whole word.
So Watson? No, I don't think so. Okay. Is it? No, I don't think so. No.
Look at the forms up above.
So Wates?
Look at the forms up above.
No, that's not her. No, I don't think. I don't know.
No. Look at the forms up above.
The forms up. Yeah. The Semej T sin. So it was plural. We know it's plural. But I don't see any strokes in front of the verb.
So this says Sejum T sin. Sejum we know is simply the root of the root verb. So we could change that with this down here. Sawat T sin.
Right.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah. But you know what I was saying? The Sawat doesn't have a plurality on it, but the living, the Anku or the Ankui is the sin matching that, or is it matching the?
So you don't remember? We said those who are living.
Right. Oh, we already used that.
We got the those who from the Uchit.
On the land, those who pass.
Those who are living upon the land. Now, if the sin, let's scroll over to help. Look, plural, right? And you said they. Mm-hmm. Now, what is this? We noticed that this was a participle, right?
Right.
Is it?
They passed, or they
No,
passed?
if it's a participle, then what is it? Passing or what?
It's got to be future. Got to be future. Whatever it is, got to be future.
Yeah, it's future. In part, yeah, it is future. Yeah. But what's the word though? What's the word?
Will pass.
No, don't translate it. What's the word?
Sawati sin.
Yes, Sawati sin.
If that all y'all wanted me to say was Sawati sin.
Yeah, so see, stop jumping to the translation right away. See, if we do it this way, that cuts down our fumbling and bumbling with translation. If we just look at the word and try to figure out the grammar of the word, and then we don't have to play darts,
Okay.
right? We can make our translations more accurate, right? Focus in more toward the center to try to get a better translation of the word or of the words, right?
Okay. All right.
So I'm
Yep.
gonna go out, and so we can see
All
who
right, so-
may pass. So you don't remember? You said we were saying that it's causative. Remember? And then we was like, you don't always say the cause to pass. You got to remember, Chris has said it could be let or allow.
Shall.
And in the word let or allow, we get may. You see
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean? Who is allowed to. May means you are allowed to.
Right.
Now, who may pass is future. So we still doing everything right because everybody else may have passed. You know what I mean? So this who may pass is still going to be something, an action that's going to happen in the future, right?
But could it still have been those who will pass?
Those who
No.
shall pass, yeah.
Yeah. As long as it's the future.
Okay. Okay.
So think about this. I kind of know this text. It is going to be it's going to lead to like a curse. Not this text, but this type of text. And it's talking about those who may pass by his tomb. Right? And then it'll probably even have we see some that be telling people what they should and shall not do. But in this very instance, we just looking at the Sejum. It was a Sejum Tifi that turned out to be a Sejum T-Sin, which gave us who may pass. If we go back up to the top and remember what we was trying to fit into, it was the future active participle, remember?
Yep.
And so we identified the future active participle by looking through the text. This is a future case, and it is one who may pass, I guess. I'm still chilling. I guess I'm going to go to 24 more minutes, and then that could be that. So we'll see what this do. Aket in Sajam Tifi. Okay. So if we got a Sajam Tifi, we got who may hear. Wait. It ain't nothing causative in there. So the Sajam Met is already giving us the participle of one who hears.
Is it one who or he will?
So yeah, it's gonna be one who will hear. It don't have to be may, because it ain't no causative in there.
Yeah, or he who shall hear. Yeah, all
He
that,
who
that
shall
works
hear.
too.
Yep. Okay. So now the Aket in a glory to one who will hear.
Well, it seemed like it's forming a genitive, right? An indirect genitive. So whatever is
Glory belongs to one who listens, who will listen.
he who shall listen, something like that. Yeah, because achet, yeah, it got to be along those lines.
I said glory belongs to. It says what is good for him who shall hear.
That's the same. You said glory to one who listens, and that's the same thing.
Yeah, the hymn comes from the way we translate it literally. He who shall hear. So this is yeah.
Yeah. He who will listen. Glory to him who will listen.
So now I said glory, but I should have looked at this as being nominal law. They made it a noun.
Glory and good is the same
So
thing.
I know, but I should have used if we would have did the grammar first, I wouldn't have said glory. Because I would have knew it wasn't an adjective, because it got this, just like he just said, it got this preposition in it.
How they got that a question?
Well, since it don't got a statement of fact starting out the sentence, you can always ponder it as a question.
Right. It probably was something that came before it, because normally there's no way to tell looking at this indirect genitive if it has no markers for it to be a question.
The only way we would know is if it said Ayu or Mek or something before it,
Or
we would have knew it wasn't a
something,
question.
or yeah.
Because I like glory to one who will listen or one who will hear.
Well, it says who shall. We got to remember to keep it. Wait a minute. Shall and will is almost the thing, right? Same, right?
Yeah, they're the same thing.
Okay,
It's
so
still,
that works.
yeah, still future.
So I mean, yeah, it is like so we're gonna look up Ackett so that people now let's talk about this because it could just be Ak, which is glory. So we got this as a participle too, right?
Nah, this is acting just as a regular noun.
But look, this is why they're getting what is, because they're saying that which is. I'm thinking they're saying that which is glorious for him who shall hear. But if it's a question, so the what is representing the interrogative, huh?
So you can say it that way, yeah, because the T here is again another indication of an entity or something. So yeah, you can say it that way.
But then what they have their what is serving two functions basically, and that's not correct. Because if this is an interrogative what and he put a question mark after it, you feel me? That's never implied inside of a participle. The that what or that which that is inside of a participle would make the phrase that which is good. So I think I see some more. I'm just saying how if his what is indicative of interrogative or interrogative, then where is he getting this from?
Yeah, it had to come from whatever came before it. Because again, just looking at the Medu Netcher, there's no way you would get that right away like that. Or even lead up to that.
The only way you could get what is good is that which is good if you was making this a participle. So I'm going to take this and put it in the dictionary and see maybe he knows something that I don't. AX, is that a capital AX? AXT?
Mm-hmm. AXT or AX dot.
So look, see, I told you he might know something I don't. Now, there is a word for that actually means what is good. But this is, hold on, he messing up still. Because this isn't interrogative. This is a statement of what is good or what is profitable or what is useful.
It's not a question.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
It's a statement, yeah.
So let me see. But it still is a statement for what is good. So what does this say? The one who does excellent works, obviously. All right, we got like, let me see. I wish I could do this all night. I just haven't eaten. I'm going to do like 20 more minutes because I'm chilling and this is fun for me.
What number you at? What time you at?
Oh, what time is it in Oakland? I mean, where I'm at?
No, I mean, how long the stream been so far?
Oh, no, we have 5:40, so I'm going to just do it up to 6 and let it be 6 hours. So at 5:40, I talk for 2-3 hours and I know one thing, these long videos be the type when I'm working or something, I really be wanting that. So it's different use cases for people.
Oh, this was a powerful workshop right here. This was a whole class.
So now we're going to do this different. Since we got all the words on the screen, I'm just going to ask you, Shazmu, where is they getting now as for from?
Now as for. Ear correct.
So I'm gonna give you some help because the normal way that we know Gert or Gert, we'll be thinking about the night with an H at the end, Ger or something. But nah, this is a prepositional phrase, Erie Gert, and it's one that I recently learned. But I'm just gonna take the GRT and put it in here.
Oh, that's one of those phrases.
And then we're gonna start seeing it'll reveal itself. So it's built on this moreover now, and that is an eclectic particle, so it would be by itself. But we see not just ger, we see ear ger. So we see something accounting for the noun, but as for is coming from
The ear.
The ear, it means pertaining to or concerning. It could mean, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And so they said now as for or now as to pertaining to him. But this is moreover and now also.
Okay.
But let's keep looking. Either, also, further. And do you know that prepositional phrase, Chris?
Yeah, Igaret. Yeah, now moreover. I know we translated as now
Ignorant.
moreover.
You say moreover?
Now moreover. That's how I know we translated.
Okay, cool. He said now as for him. Well, I understand how they're doing it. He just made this be now, and ear is concerning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically now concerning. So where does the him come in?
The F, and then.
Well, but you got to keep going. It's showing you the transliteration, and it's the form that we're investigating. It got two of them in here, but this look different. Notice this got a teepee, and this got a teepee.
It looks like it's got two of them.
But this one is the one that he tripping off of, and we'll get to that. But this still has a, what is this? Paket teepee.
Yeah.
Right? Now if we look up here for the KHT, we can see faket is a word that is in the legs category.
Right.
So and then it got this rope too, or whatever. What is faket? Do we know?
Nope. Might be, like you said, with the feet, it's got to be something to do with traverse, capture, or something. Got the rope, might be
you know what this is gonna be?
What?
I think this faket is the word chefet written in a different way. Because you want to know why it says who will lose.
Oh.
But an enemy is faket. I mean chefet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to mess it up. I'm just gonna put it in the dictionary. FXT. It ain't about a wig. To slay, to destroy.
Mm-hmm.
To ruin.
Now that's just wordplay. Faket means to destroy your enemies, but they the same. That's that ancient Egyptian wordplay. You take these words and switch them around. Faket kefet means, or kefet faket. Wait, you should say the enemies first, right? Kefet faket would mean destroy your enemies or to slay your enemies. And so, if we come back here, where did they get that from? They got it from lose, huh? One who will lose?
I wouldn't have translated it like that.
You who shall lose it.
Now for him who will be defeated or something.
This is he. Why did they say lose? And this said, the dictionary said.
I guess lose and defeated could be the same thing. Didn't say defeated.
Yeah, I thought I said defeat.
Well, they must be talking about a fight in the context of this ultimate sentence. And now for him who will lose it and will not fight. Yo, I didn't see the word fight. My microphone was in front of it. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's right on the screen. So they talking about a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, they say on behalf of it though. Dang, that messed up.
At the end.
So whatever he loses, like
then
Egypt.
Then they got an it right there too in the middle with the Sioux.
All right, so to go through the Medu Netter, ear, garet, faket, tifi. This is one who will lose, they're saying, right?
It, yeah.
No, the it is Sioux.
Right.
So the him who will lose is faket tifi.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is a remember when we was at the top, what is it again? It is future, because he will lose. It is what else was it supposed to be?
That's masculine. We know F.
Participle.
It's a participle, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So we got the one who will lose, and that's right here in the glyph. Now it right here is simply the Sioux right here.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's trip, because now he's working in the negative complement and the negation. We got Timet, but we got a Timet Tifi. Oh, dang. I didn't know we could have a negated Tifi. So you can take a Tim, because it's a verb, do not. So that is will not.
Mm-hmm.
Will not. It is he will not fight. He will
Right.
not. Right?
Right.
Tim is will not. Tifi
Temeti
is
Tifi.
he
Temeti
will not, right?
Tifi. Yeah.
He who shall not fight. Yeah.
Yep. And will not fight. So here's the word fight. Aha. Let's see it right here with the
Right.
shield and then the A and then the stick. Right?
Right.
On behalf concerning hair F.
Yeah. It.
Concerning it.
Yeah. It.
It's funny. The verb to fight here, even though, well, I guess it's a pseudo participle because technically it's kind of behaving like an infinitive almost. Cause look, they made the participle, the adjective verb out of the negating word,
Mm-hmm.
and not the aha. They left that alone and just did the participle operations on the negating verb.
Yeah. The will not.
Tim,
So Tim is what, to be or something, or will?
Tim
is negation.
is negation.
Right.
But what's the verb though?
Ah.
Oh, so Tim has no meaning. It's just negation.
No, not or do not, don't.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, will not, don't. But it's future, so will not. Yeah. So don't in the future.
But it negates certain type of verbs as we've been learning today.
Right. Yeah. But the verb itself in this case was the negation, which was the don't.
So this making it easy because he got them in the boxes. The passive participle, the verb class, the imperfect passive participle. For the strong verb, sejum u, one who is heard. Now, how come this is one who is heard and not one who is hearing?
Hearing you T behind it, right? And completed action, you would
wait, what you say?
I said hearing, you would put the T behind it, right? And then
no, I said, well, how is this one who is heard and not one who is hearing?
I would just say because of the uchik.
It got to do with the active and passive,
right?
Right.
If it's active, what does that indicate?
It's happening. It still
indicates some type of action, right?
Correct.
Well,
I mean, they both indicate active. I would think that the go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So for active verb forms, the subject does the action.
Exactly.
Right. And then for passive verb forms, the subject is receiving the action.
Oh, okay.
So in this case, since this is a participle, instead of us saying one who hears, this is one who is heard, or one who is being listened to.
Okay.
So now let me get that clear. It's passive, right? So the statement, but he's one who is heard.
Right. Yeah. So the action is done to him. You hear him, or one who hears him.
Oh, because the action is hearing. I'm sorry. I was thinking one who speaks. Yeah. One who is heard, the action is hearing, and he is one that you hears.
Yes. So that makes it passive. Yep. And then on top of that being a participle, right? Because the subject is contained within the sejmu form.
So, Shazmu, can you make this active? I mean, how would you state that actively?
One who hears.
Well, he's receiving the action, right? If he hears.
Who is here? One.
Yeah. No, you said it right. One who hears. For active.
So, but if he's one who hears, the action is hearing, he's receiving that action, right?
Oh no, he's doing it. One
Oh
who
yeah,
hears.
I keep thinking about speaking. I'm not thinking about hearing. I'm tripping. Yeah, he's listening. I gotta
Right.
say, he's listening.
And that's why I said right, the listener or the hearer, right?
Yeah.
So that would be an imperfect active participle.
Okay.
So he's one who is heard because the action is continuing. It's imperfect, right?
And he's not doing the hearing, he is being heard. So that makes it passive.
And when it becomes perfect, he is one who was heard. The action is complete and they done hearing him.
Okay.
Now, the only thing I don't like about this table, and I'm sure by now, I'm sure that it's probably done years ago. Even the active forms can be declined by W and Y. Because see, the way he has it here, if you go back to his active table, he has Sejim, one who hears, just says Sejim, and that's fine. But you also can write it as Sejimu as one who hears, or Sejimi as one who hears for the active imperfect participle. And what he might say that down here somewhere too. I don't know. I'm sure he or she might say it down here somewhere.
So in this case, in the perfect passive participle, would it be the same? One who was heard, one who was heard?
Here you go, right here.
That's right there. Yeah, when it was heard. Yep, completed action.
So what's changing? The is and the was.
Mm-hmm.
From imperfect to perfect, basically. And if it's imperfect, he is, because the action is incomplete, I thought. And the complete action is perfect, right? Perfective.
Yep. It's done. It's
done.
finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm eating. I think I'm gonna take the fam out, man. So yeah, it's like few more minutes. So I'm just gonna run through these quick. As a matter of fact, we can have some fun. Even though we can read, it says the evils which was done to him by his brother. We're gonna try to go into this Medu Netcher and see how they came up with that. And maybe these could be one of the final ones. So what you Shazmoot?
Mm-hmm.
How you doing this? Well, I'll say I know that the word duped means evil.
Okay, I know what the do is a mountain, but I know you got.
Well, yeah, this statement is about bad things, and this is evil, duped, and then we see the bad sparrow after it, which
Bad
probably
bird.
let us know that this is pertaining to ill things.
Evil.
So if this is evil, then what we got after that?
Is that will do?
Well, what this means to do, to make, or to create, but we see two reed leaves and a T, and then this 3 strokes. That's all one word.
Mm-hmm. So I'm
talking about participles. Don't forget.
Right. And is it still? Let's see. Passive. Passive is heard. So it's let's see.
No. This is the verb eerie.
Eerie's to do.
I mean, yeah. I was just thinking about the passive. What?
Okay.
Form?
But why are you tripping off that right now?
Oh, because this is part of it, isn't it?
Well, it's a participle first. Let's just identify that. Like, then what type? Oh, well, what is the Y doing in there?
That's
That's what I'm saying. His table, he's not in his table.
Yeah.
So are we still on the future? No, I don't think so. Passive would be in, so it's more like eerie, irate, or
So
F.
think about it. What does a participle do again? Is these key words that we was like one who does that which, you don't remember all that?
Participle it describes the noun.
So this is making this verb doing to one who, right?
Right, the one who. Yep.
So now what was the first word?
Evils. One who does evils on
That's now we getting close. We ain't all the way there, but we starting to see, okay, that's working. If evil is first, and then we got do, and then we see as a participle, we see that this may be one who does or a doer.
A doer, he who does evil, or a doer of evil, or he who does evils.
Now, what does this say? RF.
Now, or F. I would say that's
Remember when we was talking about hands getting put on?
To him.
Yeah. Now they really doing the evil to him. And what does it say?
He who does evil to him. Now he
so
who
we're gonna keep working it out, then we'll be able to go back and make it right. So what is this? A preposition?
Where? What are you talking
this on right here after the word RF. I mean after the RF, we got on. Like
is that a preposition
it's
or
by? It means by.
Oh, by. Okay.
So what's the end?
What do you mean? What's the end? That's on is the preposition.
On is a preposition. So what's after that?
Then comes your that's probably a verb.
Sin F.
Well, sin is normally a man, right?
A brother.
Okay.
What's
brother.
the F suffix on
it? His
brother. So now that means this wouldn't make no sense. One who does evil to him by his brothers.
That's what it sounds like.
No, we got to work out the beginning. We got the by to him by his brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is evil, and we know this means something done. Don't remember we was talking about now we can bring in the perfect, the imperfect, and then see if some evil had already been done or is it about to be done.
It's passive, so I think it's past tense.
Which one is passive? What's passive?
I think the irate.
Well, let's think. You close, and I'm not worked that all the way out. What I'm helping you work it out. So think about it. We do know eerie means to do, right, and to make or to create. We do see that it seems to be in another form, or is it? Let's slow down because the Y is here, right?
Yeah, it's Normally you see it with just the eye, or with the eye. Yeah, normally you just see.
And so if the Y is here, the Y didn't fall off.
Right.
So this T then, see if this was a third week, we know the Y will fall off and the T will take its place. So something else is happening. This T is being put on this word for a different reason.
Right.
What's the reason?
Is it what we already were working on, or is this something new?
Now we can see it's being revealed by our bad first translation that this is serving as an adjective, possibly matching the gender of the evil. I don't know, or the other way around.
I think so.
What say you, Chris?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So like active participles, passive participles also have a descriptive form too. And in this case, it's coming after a noun. So they are agreeing in gender.
Mm-hmm.
They are agreeing in gender.
So
in
that
part,
means that
and also the entity. That's also an entity. The T on the irate.
So this is still one who does.
Oh, yep. Or that, but that which is being done is the evil.
So that
right.
The doer of evil to by his brothers. Evil was done by his brothers. How would y'all translate this one before we look at the
RF? I think the RF here is a enclitic particle, and I think it's just putting emphasis on it, meaning the evil, with respect to it, like the evil.
I think that's to him.
Is it he who did evil?
You might be right though. You know why? Because if it was dative, it would be NF, huh?
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
So now what you say the ref means with respect to by his brothers?
Yeah, with respect to, or like indeed. So like if I translated this, I wouldn't even say with respect to him. I probably would say indeed that evil which was done to him by his brother. I would say something like that.
Okay, which was done. So you still got this as to him.
I put that out. I put that out in front.
So say it again.
So indeed, that which was done to him, the evil
See,
by his
you keep saying to him.
Oh, well done. Yeah, my bad. I meant to say done. The evil, well, the to him comes from. I know what you're saying. The to him comes from the participle.
Okay.
Because it's
That which
passive.
is done.
Right. That which is done to him or done against
yeah.
him. Yeah. To one. Right. Evil by his brother.
All right. Let's see. The evil which was done to him by his brother.
Boom.
Now,
right,
hold on.
But that to him is not. That to him is not that RF though.
Us.
So hold on though. I think the to him gotta be that RF. But you're
that's
right. You're right because he got the wrong. It should be NF for the dative.
Mm-hmm.
So we did work this out. Now we got the evil. Now remember that which was. So this was a participle, which was done. Now he's saying to him right at the RF. To him. You know why this works? Because they do be using this art sometimes with aggressions. As I was talking about, to or towards or hands put on. Normally when they're fighting, it be the R, and you're not going to give them something like a dative, like it's friendly. You know what I'm saying? They like putting hands, and so let's. I don't know if
RF can mean with respect to him or against him, but normally they stick it in the front and they'll just say indeed.
Yeah.
And leave out that the to him part is contained within the idiot, the passive participle.
Concerning him, you feel me? With respect to him, yeah, the evil which was done to him by his brothers. By his brothers. We all had that by his brothers, right?
Right, by his brother, yeah.
Yeah, so this was a good one, and I feel good. Somebody said these are the best shows. I appreciate you, Haley. Shout out. And somebody said don't write letters to discharge debts to collection agencies. So S. Murphy, if you ever want to come on and teach about that type of stuff to the following, it's totally open. What I do is what I like to do in my pastime, and I love studying the ancient Egyptian language in my pastime. And so I could have just been sitting here not streaming this. I would have been doing the same exact thing, but it's more useful in these type of workshops and classes. But I'm not limited. I'm only limited in the regard of, what I feel like I specialize in. If somebody else want to talk about like those other things, it's all good. So I'm gonna get ready to wind down and get out and go kick it with the family for a minute, then go beat these streets. All right. And so I want to thank y'all for tapping in and making this another good workshop. I'm about to close down the Zoom. Peace to y'all.
Appreciate it. It was good, man.
Word up. Peace. So I shared the link to that site for anybody who wants to get up to speed by themselves and then be able to come back and chill in these chats and these groups. I got some cash apps for this video. I appreciate y'all. I also had a super chat goal of 10 super chats, but to extend the video, but we went and extended it off 2 super chats. Because it really don't matter. People do what they could do, and they want to know, they want you to know that they support you. Now the way he's using Anouk here, I want to know where these sentences coming from. And if he's using sentences that he's forming himself, I try not to do that. I try to get sentences out of like certain books because anybody can make up a sentence. How we know that's the grammar the ancient Egyptians would have used. So yeah, we're getting better with it. DD, you got the participle in front of DDNF. Nibu in Jesus. And I'm about to get up out of here. Thank y'all for watching. Peace. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let me put this up for those who like, man, hold on, look. I gotta start using this screen more often. I just took an image of Maya Hepri and threw this on something that they had pre-made already. But I'm gonna get up out of here. Thank y'all for watching. Peace. Enjoy your Saturday. Thanks for all the contributions. And don't forget, at the end of this, you could just go walk through the temples and the pyramids and read what they lithographed in stone for your own self. You don't gonna need the tour guide telling you what to say. That's the most useful application of the study. You can read ancient African text and see what was really going on.